Bine.
Sper să nu mă începe și da, nu mai descurcat. Deci am crezut că trebuie să pun mască, că e eveniment la toată lumea.
E online.
Îi dăm drumul. Ce faceți? Cum e?
După o întâlnire online, lângă alea 10 de vreo zi, parcă viața s-a mutat așa online.
Într-un fel e ok. Tot descoperi lumea că există și mediul ăsta și că unii, alte generații, nu știu, Good morning and welcome to the third day of DevTalks Reimagined, brought to you by ING Bank Romania. My name is Razvan Bărz and I will be your host for the day. We have a great agenda for you on the main stage. We will have Mark Weiner talking about learning from exclusivity and biases in design at 10:15. Madalina Burci will amaze us with her talk, The Brave New Work from Anywhere World, and how to secure it at 11:05. Pauja Adjeila will let us know how machines and robots can perceive human emotions at 11:40, and Silviu Șerban will talk about promising avenues for deploying AI to improve safety during the current pandemic at 12:25. The first speaker for the day is a cybersecurity professional who spent over 11 years auditing businesses and IT processes. He can identify, assess, and drive implementations of security control without impeding too much business processes. He knows that nowadays security is an integral part of each business, and everyone should have a security-first mindset inside companies, and I am sure he won't let you forget it. Without further ado, dear viewers, please help me in welcoming on the virtual stage Bogdan Costea, Head of Information Security at ING Bank Romania.
Thank you, Razvan, and good morning, Razvan, and good morning to you all on this third day of DevTalks. Indeed, I have a security background and a security mindset, but at the same time, it's technology that drives, and technology should be an enabler for what we do and not be cumbersome by security first in what we are doing. I really enjoyed the last 2 days of this conference, and because they were filled with entertaining presentations, and I really have high hopes for today's as well. It seems that due to the current pandemic, not only work has moved to online, but also large technology events like this one have embraced the opportunity and have moved to the online environment. I'm glad to see that in the last days, more than 5,000 guests have joined online. This was last time I checked yesterday morning, but it's a clear example that this type of events really picks up and attracts a large crowd of people. And also it's an example how technology can be used to connect people during these hard times. Still, let's not forget that the same technology that unites us from all corners of the world in mere seconds can also be used and abused for malicious purposes.
Unfortunately.
Yes, about the same time that we all moved home and started working and scrambled to see arrangements, put the kids to school in online environments. The attackers also took this opportunity and moving in an agile way had started to target people and feeding on people's fear with COVID-19 themed attacks. And also, you see, we have seen lots of phishing emails related to this and promising, look here to see the cure for COVID-19, or look here to see what developments have happened, or stuff like this, just to lure you and make you click on that link. I think if before that we were mostly a country which was not so much technologically in the online environment, right now moving preponderantly to online in the last 3 months, we need to think also of the security risks that come with this. And we should be more and more vigilant of the telltale signs of foul play. Look for suspicious emails unsolicited from different, let's say, goodwill people. Don't click on any links that you receive. Don't install applications from untrusted sources and so on. So we should take this into account and think about it before diving in and using the online technology. On the other side, also, all of us as developers or as companies which are developing technology need to embrace secure coding as part of the daily routine, embedded at our core development processes. This means that security should not be an afterthought, should not be an add-on when a system goes live into production, should be built in right from the development stage. Developers need to understand how security impacts their products, need to work with code in such a way that data is protected from this stage, and need to change their mindset to take it on early. And security defects are just another defect of the product. The sooner you get and you solve it in your production environment, in your pipeline, less trouble you have down the road. It's not an easy process because it requires a change of mindset from people, but also change of processes and change of tooling. But in the end, whoever will succeed at doing this effectively will come out on top and may come out even stronger from these hard times. Yes, online is very good for interacting and for uniting people, but still, because we are at a development conference, we are on a large conference, I still miss the interpersonal interactions during these events, the opportunity to meet fellow colleagues, to discuss about what's new, about trends, and what other threats are here. But yeah, we make use of the technology, but please keep in mind that we need to make use of it in a secure way. I don't want to take too much of the time in the intro. I just have one remark. Let's have fun at developing the next wave of human interaction technologies, but let's do it in a secure way from the beginning. We all benefit from it, but also we protect the very users which will be using our technology. So I'm looking forward for this day and hope that you are as excited as me. I've seen that the speaker after me would talk about biases, which is a really interesting subject, not only for development, but in all areas to see. I've seen artificial intelligence and stuff like this. So I'm really excited for this day and see what the day brings. So a good day to you all, and hope to meet you afterwards also in the virtual environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bogdan. You see, as we don't have any questions yet, in many companies, as you may already know, security is an afterthought, as you already mentioned. Many developers just build the app and then, whoops, now we have to secure it. And this is a mindset that we need to shift, because this is not right. We have to start the application development process from the architectural point. We can't, nowadays, we can't just build the application and then think about how to secure it, because it won't happen the right way. This is not the right way in doing it.
Yes, indeed. DevSecOps is a trend which has picked up in the recent years, but it's something that needs to be put at the core of the development processes. Because as we saw, there is an increased need for a faster paced rollout of technologies that enable people to interact or to protect people. We saw that with COVID-19, tracking application has started to come out. Inherently, tracking people comes with challenges. Okay, there may be a very good and a valid reason to protect people in the end, but the security of those applications needs to be embedded from the beginning. So as the requirement to push out new application and technologies faster, also doing it so securely becomes paramount. If you had, I don't know, a couple of months to fix a security bug, right now you don't have it. If you had weeks or to fix after you tested in the acceptance environment, this timeline has gone because people really need these new technologies. So yeah, security needs to be built in from the beginning, and the applications need to be secured by design.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of DevTalks Reimagined.
Yes, I'm really looking forward for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, he's been working as a creative professional and technologist for nearly 20 years, partnering with enterprise companies and nonprofits to craft meaningful experiences for digital UIs and ecosystems in new technologies. In his personal life, Mark is a daily mediator, soccer addict, father of 5, impressive, husband of 1, and social justice activist. And because it says in his bio, he has a great story about saving his son from a scorpion by catching it in a jar with his ninja-like reflexes. A ninja never tells, I guess. He is, among others, an experienced designer, researcher, information architect who will talk to you about identifying and learning from exclusivity and biases in design. Please welcome Mark Wiener. And by the way, I love your hashtag up there.
Thanks so much, man. I appreciate it. All right. Well, hi, everyone. Dev Talks. This very interesting virtual lecture experience is very new to me as it is to you. And, it seems like we're underway. So thank you for joining me today. I really appreciate it. And I'm very honored to speak with you about exclusivity and biases in design. So let's get underway. I am not you. I am not Black. I am not a woman or a Muslim or a homosexual. I am also not an immigrant. I am a cis white man, which means I live with privilege. If you're marginalized, you live in a reality that I can't possibly comprehend. So how could I know what your human experience feels like to design inclusively? Yet this is what designers are being asked to do every day. To learn how to design inclusively, we need to inventory our biases, see how they played out in design. I want to show you some examples of this, how it happens, and what we can do about it. Because we're not just designing for us, we're designing for everyone. And as the great Abby Wambach says, sometimes the only way to move forward is by looking back. Design is about fighting the ugliness. Massimo Vignelli notes, the life of a designer is a life of fight, a fight against the ugliness, just like a doctor fights against disease. For us, visual disease is what we have around, and what we try to do is cure it somehow with design. He's absolutely correct. But we're fighting for more than the ugliness of bad design. We're fighting the ugliness of exclusive design. Exclusive design that stems from the comfort of a privileged perspective. Seeing the world through a privileged lens makes the world look privileged. And when we see another vantage point from afar, we still don't know what the world looks like from there. Like when we see a travel industry that predominantly features white people on vacation, ignoring that all people of all ethnicities obviously travel the world. This inhibits our ability to think and design inclusively. So say this phrase in your head for a moment and try to understand what it feels like to know that you're dying. Everyone here can feel empathy in these words because we are all mortal. This phrase applies to all of us. Now say this phrase in your head and try to understand what it feels like to know that your life circumstances are impacted by something such as the color of your skin. Not everyone here can feel empathy in these words because most of us aren't marginalized, and that's privilege. If we aren't marginalized, we don't inherently think about marginalization. We think about our own personal realities, our own lens. And when we design within our own realities, we design for ourselves, subjectively and exclusively. To fight the ugliness, we need to design inclusively. And we really have not done this well, because we have been designing for some instead of designing for all. There's a long line of biases in design, like the Shirley card. In the 1950s, Kodak had a monopoly on photo processing, so the government stepped in, forcing Kodak to allow others to process their film. The Shirley card was developed by Kodak as a means to ensure the integrity of prints by third-party labs. It was used for calibration of skin tones, shadows, and light. And it was biased towards people with white skin. People of color noticed shortcomings and reached out to Kodak. But this didn't inspire change. It wasn't until chocolate and furniture companies protested the lack of differentiation in their products before Kodak considered their design flaw. Cocoa and wood tones over flesh, racial bias by design. And this was carried forward into digital photography and video with AI algorithms. Like the story of New Zealander Richard Lee. He was trying to use their online passport system, and it failed him because of the shape of his eyes. Approximately 12% of New Zealanders were Asian at this time. That's more than 1 out of 10. A minority for sure, but a legitimate New Zealand citizen all the same. Citizens excluded from vital societal functions. But what about when marginalized people are a majority? Jas Wang, pictured here, gifted this Nikon camera to her mother. Her mother kept seeing an error about blinking and thought it was broken. This was until her son forcefully opened his eyes very wide to circumvent the issue. Ironically, even Japanese cameras used by Japanese people in the country of Japan have issues with racially biased AI. Then there's the story of Desi, a brown-skinned man literally ignored by an HP camera tracking system in 2009. Watch this example of the kind of design biases people of color experience every day.
We're using the face tracking software, so it's supposed to follow me as I move. I'm black. I think my blackness is interfering with the computer's ability to follow me. As you can see, I do this, no following. Not really follow me. I back up, I get really, really close to try to let the camera recognize me, not happening. Now, my white coworker, Wanda, is about to slide in the frame. You will immediately see what I'm talking about. Wanda, if you would, please.
Sure.
Now, as you can see, the camera is panning to show Wanda's face. It's following her around. But as soon as my blackness enters the frame, which I will sneak into the frame. I'm sneaking in. I'm in there.
That's it.
And there we go. It stopped. My hands are here. Wanda, please get back in the frame. Get back in. As soon as white Wanda appears, the camera moves. Black Desi gets in there. Oh, nope. No face recognition anymore, buddy. I'm going on record and I'm saying it. Hewlett-Packard computers are racist. I said it.
So he shrugs it off, right? He makes a joke. But like Desi, Richard and Jas also shrugged off the shortcomings of these technologies. This is one of the ways marginalized people cope with systemic racism. They use humor to ease the pain of their suffering. But this is absolutely not okay. We can and should avoid these design flaws. Kodak at least tried to make improvements with their updated Shirley card, but this wasn't until 1995. It took Kodak nearly half a century to correct their own biased design flaw. We also see these design flaws based on patriarchal thinking. And I want to note this caveat. This section is in reference to the bodies of biological women, not gender identification. This is an important distinction in the biases that I'm going to talk about now. In her book, The Second Sex, activist Simone de Beauvoir talks about what she refers to as a patriarchal set point. She notes, humanity is male, and man defines woman not in herself, but as relative to him. She is not regarded as an autonomous being. She is defined and differentiated with reference to man and not he with reference to her. He is the subject, she is the other. And this manifests in iniquitous ways, such as with the Ashango bone. a 20,000-year-old mathematical object discovered in the Congo in Africa. Note the notch patterns on the bone. There were years of debates among scholars about the meaning of these notches. Dialogue that focused on what types of calculations men may have used this for, be it astronomy, mathematics, horology, or even simple measurement tallying. Yet the notches seem to indicate a 28-day cycle, which of course is a lunar cycle, and more notably, a menstrual cycle. In talking about the Ishango bone, educator and ethnomathematician Claudia Zaslavsky noted, "Now who but a woman keeping track of her cycles would need a lunar calendar?" When I raised this question with a colleague having similar mathematical interests, he suggests that early agriculturists might have kept such records. However, he was quick to add that women were probably the first agriculturists. They discovered cultivation while men were out hunting. So early conversations about the Ishango bone were solely focused on the lives of men, without consideration of how women may have used the tool. This stems from the patriarchal set point that Simone mentioned. Scholars were inherently thinking about how man used the bone rather than how humans used the bone. We can also turn to this formula you see here. It was developed in the 1960s to conclude optimal office temperatures. They were based on the resting metabolic rate of the average biological man. But the resting metabolic rate of the average biological woman is 20 to 32 degrees lower than the average biological man. This equates to a 5-degree difference in the comfort zone between them. So this is a patriarchal comfort zone perpetuated by exclusive normalcies that favor men. And this is not just about comfort. Temperature, as it were, has an impact on productivity, which has further, more significant implications. There was a study published just last year on this, on the impact of temperature on cognition. It showed that women perform better when in warmer environments and men when in colder environments. A colder office means men perform better by default. Better performance by men means they are validated for higher positions, with higher pay, with more control, and with more respect by peers and subordinates. This perpetuates exclusivity in design by exacerbating exclusivity of leadership teams, decision makers, and practitioners alike. And this is why professional athletes have to prove their worth for equal pay solely because they are women. So let's consider introduction of the crash test dummies and how they were designed in the 1950s. They were designed for the 50th percentile of biological men. In 2011, there was a study on the efficacy of the crash test dummy system. Results showed that women were suffering and dying at significantly higher rates in auto accidents because these dummies were based on the body size of the average biological man. In that same year, 2011, new crash dummies based on the body size of an average biological woman were introduced into US testing. 60 years of suffering and death by design rooted in patriarchal biases. But it doesn't end there. The progress has been limited, and it is still rooted in patriarchal thinking. Even though the design of crash test dummies are more inclusive, they aren't being utilized in an inclusive way. They are solely being tested in passenger seats, meaning women drivers are not a part of this equation. So patriarchal thinking creates a set point, which becomes a default, the othering of women. In psychology, othering refers to a life cycle of exclusivity, an us versus them state of consciousness. Simone also notes in her book, otherness is a fundamental category of human thought. Thus it is that no group ever sets itself up as the one without at once setting up the other against itself. A fundamental category of human thought, she notes. Our set point for us versus them. Take little 2-year-old Parker Curry, pictured here, in awe at the painting of Michelle Obama hanging in the White House. Othering means little black girls don't get to see women who look like them in places of glory and magnificence, which can stifle their hopes and dreams and greatly minimize their potential. With her portrait, Michelle Obama was thinking of little girls, especially girls of color, when she noted, who in the years ahead will come to this place and see an image of someone who looks like them hanging on the wall of a great American institution. Seeing women in power leads to believing women can be powerful by men and women and everyone. Reducing the othering and the biases that cloud our thinking and create needless patriarchal suffering, which has lasting effects, like designing spacecrafts for astronauts. Consider this photo, taken just before the launch of the Apollo 10 mission in 1969. It shows astronaut men doing serious man things with a woman cheering them on. Patriarchal thinking creates patriarchal design. Like in the design of the interior of the International Space Station. This is a clip from preparations for the all-female spacewalk, which happened just last year in 2019, a magnificent occurrence on its own. That's 50 years after the Apollo 10 mission that I just mentioned. The window there isn't for sightseeing. It's positioned to monitor astronauts outside the door. This is a critical function of the room that these astronauts are in. Note the male astronaut, Luca. He can see out the window, even with his knees bent and his feet stabilized using an anchor on the floor. His partner, Jessica, can't see out the window with her feet on the ground. This requires her to free float. The window wasn't designed for her, it was designed for him, based on average biological body sizes of men and women. Because the free float is necessary for Jessica to use the window, this means at least one of her hands is preoccupied, so she can remain anchored. So she consequently must make accommodations to do her job because of biased design, which inherently will affect her, will subsequently affect her performance. So how did we get here? What was the path of women moving into space travel? Did designs predate their presence on space teams? The answer is absolutely not. This is Sally Kristen Ride in 1983. She was the first American woman in space. Let's look at a timeline of the space station design in relation to Sally's monumental milestone. In 1984, design of the ISS began, 1 year after the first woman, Sally Kristen Ride, had entered space, first American woman. In 1998, 14 years later, they began construction on the International Space Station. Was this not enough time, 14 years, to consider the average body size of a biological woman? And in 2019, 35 years later, Jessica is free floating to see out the window, which is part of a critical function of her job and reflects on her job performance. Her job performance is compromised by biased design. 35 years. Yes, designing space stations is complicated. I get it. But remember, they could have been designed inclusively from the beginning, while Sally was in training to become an astronaut. It's complicated is definitely not an excuse. We can and we must do better. Artificial intelligence affords us a deeper look at our biases because it's more personal and it's reflective. It shows us who we are and what we are injecting into our designs. This is our tech industry in a nutshell. A woman in a sea of male faces, mostly white faces, a breeding ground for white and male-centric products, especially in computer science, where the gap of designers and engineers is not closing with either gender or ethnicity. Consequently, AI systems are designed primarily by white men, like this asshole. White men designing with biases, significant biases, like gender bias, which often manifests with the sexualization of women, and racial bias, which manifests with the exacerbation of systemic white supremacy. The endpoint being a policing system designed with bias. Like a system called Compass. This is a policing system that was analyzed by ProPublica in 2016. Compass is a risk assessment tool for predictive policing that uses an algorithm designed to detect criminal recidivism. It's a scale that determines the likelihood that a criminal will reoffend. The higher the number, the greater the threat. So let's look at some results from this system in action. On the right, you'll see 18-year-old Brescia Borden. One day she was late to pick up her sister from school, and in a panic, she stole a bicycle and then ditched it a few blocks away. She was charged with burglary and petty theft for a bike valued around $80, and she was considered a high risk of 8. On the left, we see 41-year-old Vernon Prater. He shoplifted $80 worth of tools from a hardware store, the same dollar value as Brescia's theft, yet he was considered a low risk of 3. Why? Perhaps their records had an impact on their scores? On his record, Vernon had 3 armed robberies. Brescia only had a history of 4 juvenile misdemeanors. Afterwards, the low-risk Vernon reoffended with a grand theft, a very significant crime, while the high-risk Brescia reformed her behavior appropriately. This algorithm was clearly focused on something other than crimes and records. And it's very important to note that this example was not cherry-picked to favor my own or anyone else's bias. There were countless similar examples revealed in the ProPublica study. Black Americans behaving better, yet suffering higher rates of incarceration, benefiting a for-profit prison system. Clearly, this risk assessment system is flawed. It's systemic racism by design. In action, this system will see millions of Black Americans, mostly men, continue to be wrongfully incarcerated and also murdered in the streets, jail cells, and even in their homes, like George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and Eric Garner and Sandra Bland and Tamir Rice. Activist Samuel Sinyangwe notes, this kind of approach is especially nefarious because police can say, we're not being biased. We're just doing what the math tells us. And the public perception might be that the algorithms are impartial. These are racial biases which are transferred from humans to systems by design. Systems with technologies that are designed for the future. A future that will reflect who we are and who we become as humanity. And as Gloria Steinem tells us, a future based on new science and new technology also shows the results of old human behaviors that guide them. In this context, old human behavior is just comfortable bias. So let's explore how our comfort plays a role in the perpetuity of exclusivity. Cognitive psychologist Herbert Simon wrote about a condition of decision-making when an acceptable threshold is met while seeking an optimal solution. He coined this satisficing, a portmanteau of satisfy and suffice. We're satisficing in the comfort of our privilege rather than seeking the optimal, which is equality. And there are many examples of satisficing in human history. One such example is the London tube strikes in 2014. They completely disrupted the commuter system throughout the city. While some lines were closed, some remained open, so commuters sought alternative routes. A 2015 study revealed some interesting behavior patterns by commuters during these strikes, primarily that many commuters didn't return to their pre-strike routes. It turns out that these strikes were a catalyst for change. The disruption of habits was largely beneficial because it forced commuters into exploration that resulted in many commuters finding their optimal routes. Even though these optimal routes were available pre-strike, commuters by and large were satisficing with familiar and comfortable routes. And this is precisely the kind of disruption that we need in design. We need to go on strike, we need to protest our comfort, and we need to retrain our minds. We need to move from intention to action because we are far too comfortable with our exclusivity. Keeping in mind that hard is only an obstacle, it's not an endpoint. The amazing and great Angela Davis noted, "You have to act as if it were possible to radically transform the world, and you have to do it all the time." We must act and we must persist. And we can learn this from marginalized people who have persisted for generations. Satisficing is not an option, even though some will cling to that. Even as I posted a video on LinkedIn related to this very talk, there was concern by people about the road ahead. This is a very brief video that I posted. It's one of many like it that highlight exclusivity in design flaws that discriminate with bias.
Okay, Noel, you try now. Come to your hand. Two black. Yeah. What I'll do? Come again, sir. Hello. Whoa. What I'll do is they get. Okay, you have to. This is how Richard's thing is. Yeah. I'll use that piece of white. That's a napkin. I'm sure again. Napkin again. Right. What's it called in a hand? Man, the black man getting fight. All over.
Now, this system was designed in a way that wasn't appropriate for all human beings. So I posted this as I was doing my research for this talk. Someone on LinkedIn responded that this kind of inclusive design takes hard work. He says it would take, in this case, having engineers with varied skin tones to notice the issue before release. And that's not easy to do. Hard work. Of course it's fucking hard. It's design. But inclusivity matters. So we try. We do the work. We learn to do better. We have responsibilities as a designer. Consider something like curb cuts. They are designed for accessibility and inclusivity. Today, curb cuts are simply a default, an integral part of the design of pedestrian paths. You wouldn't build one without them. Yet it wasn't until 1945 when Kalamazoo, Michigan became the first city in America to install them. It took a shift in our thinking to move from privileged comfort to intention and finally action. But now, today, this action is our natural intention, an inherent part of the design of urban walkways. But we must remain vigilant to keep pace with evolution. Dane Dillingham tweeted about how the bike share system is infuriating people in wheelchairs. We designed a mobility system without consideration of how it affects people with limited mobility. The ultimate irony in design. I had never thought about this until I saw his tweet, but the designers of this system, they should have thought about this. We need inclusive design, but inclusive design requires careful consideration. Take this example with the Barbican Centre in London. It's a theater. They created gender-neutral restrooms solely by changing labels on the doors. Seemed easy, seemed logical, very good intentions. But no effort was put into the redesign of the restrooms. They only changed the labels on the doors. And for those of you who identify as a woman, you know all about restroom queues. So you can imagine how this played out. BBC journalist Samira Ahmed certainly does. She called out the Barbican Centre for their poor design decision, noting they were so full of men who also have a urinal to themselves. And the irony of it all, having had the experience while attending the showing of Jane Baldwin's I'm Not Your Negro. Yes, we definitely need gender-neutral restrooms in public spaces, but they must be designed well. This will ensure that new inclusivity doesn't create new exclusivity. Because inclusive design is still design. We can't satisfice, we can't rest in our ignorance. And as the magnificent, glorious, fantastic James Baldwin notes, it is certain in any case that ignorance allied with power is the most ferocious enemy justice can have. Much of our ignorance stems from labels and the language that we use. Labels are important. They carry the weight of definition that often comes with biases. Consider user personas, which should be familiar to anyone in the creative and tech industry. First, we design personas, then we design for personas. When we give personas roles, we design for those labels. This exclusivity creates biases that perpetuate exclusivity. Inclusive personas create inclusive thinking, and inclusive thinking breeds inclusive design. Because designing for stewardesses is not the same as designing for flight attendants. Perspective is everything. So I want to tell you a story about the missing bullet holes, a perfect specimen of the weight of perspective. During World War II, the US military conducted an analysis of planes returning to America from Germany. They were studying the design of their armor, which is quite complex because more armor means heavier planes. Armor efficacy is critical for defense, but flight efficiency is critical for aerodynamics. The consensus was that they would increase armor in places only with bullet holes to balance efficacy and efficiency, a seemingly logical conclusion. Someone in the group, said to be Abraham Wald, asked a pivotal question which turned the tables. Where are the missing bullet holes? The missing holes were, in fact, on the missing planes. Consequently, it was suggested that they instead increase armor to the areas with no damage because that's where the critical hits were. This is important because it demonstrates the value of diversity in design, holistic, critical thinking. Especially in an industry where the platform is most often occupied by white people, and mostly men. When the platform is occupied by a Black woman with a body size shamed by society, she can help us find the missing bullet holes because she inherently sees the world from a different perspective, a perspective where we with privilege lack experience. Looking through the lens of inclusivity isn't enough. We must use our privilege to invite others to the table, to amplify the voices of those who have been unheard. When our teams are diverse, our products are better. When our testing pools are diverse, our products are better. We are designers and we have power. So rise up and take action. Yes, absolutely, protest in the streets. Yes, absolutely, punch a Nazi in the face. Twice if you want to, even 3 times, I don't care. But if frontline action isn't your thing, that's okay. Use your power as a practitioner, as a designer, as an engineer, as a developer, as a thinker and a strategist to make a difference in a meaningful way. Fly 120 girls to NASA with an all-female flight crew to inspire new designs for the space station. Start a program that teaches Black girls to write code. Create a directory of Black designers for hire. Create a directory of queer designers for hire. Create a directory of women designers for hire. Shake up an industry for a product for women that was patented by a man. Start a type foundry based on the designs of the civil rights culture. Just do something, anything, whatever feels comfortable to you, because you have the power to change the world. But most importantly, diversify the table on your teams and in your testing pools. Find people who can help us, all of us, find the missing bullet holes. That's our responsibility as designers, to design a better world that's wholly inclusive, move from intention to action, and begin today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Really great talk and really needed these days, considering the current events happening in the US mainly, but everywhere in the world, and then some. Even as a designer, you can make a difference. Everything you've said makes a lot of sense, but this can be because of family beliefs or company culture, or maybe because as you've shown, because the many apps are designed by mainly white male persons or cost cutting. What can be the root of these biases, and especially in design? Or as Alexandru asked in the chat, how much of this is bias and how much is just insufficient data from minorities coming into the AI, ML, machine learning models?
That's a really good question. So I give a talk on ethics in AI and how algorithms are built, the relationships we have with machines, and how we teach AI ethics essentially. And psychologists basically say that there are like two components to ethical decision making. And ethical decision making requires cognitive thinking as well as strategic thinking, as well as like a biological chemical reaction. It's a consensus among psychologists that this is how it works. When we build machines that are expected in AI, for example, to emulate human behavior, respond to human behavior, assist us, help us, whatever they're designed to do, we're essentially creating we're creating autonomy with AI. We're saying, go be a machine. Here are the ground rules, then now do your own independent thinking as a machine. When we apply that and we ask the machine to essentially go and do this, we're asking the machine to respond with ethical decision making, something that it's not, according to the vast majority of psychologists, it's not capable of doing. And so when we think about ethical decision making and we put that into an AI system, there are basically two methods that this can happen of implementation. The first is that we hard code it, right? We hard code the ethical decision making into a machine and say, when you are posed with an ethical dilemma, here are the rules for responding to that ethical dilemma. The problem with that method is that those hard-coded rules are hard-coded by people who bring their ethics to the table. They're saying, here are the ethical design rules. Here's how you need to respond. Those ethical design rules are going to be included in the system based on the authors, based on the developers, based on the culture, the society, the religion, of everything that pertains to the people who are building those systems. As human beings, we really haven't, tackled this ethical dilemma very well. There are different ethics all around the world, right? I mean, uprisings, religion, government battles, everything are all based on ethics and a differing of ethics. So hard coding them presents the challenge that once you make and you hard code ethics into AI, for example, you are hard coding in things subjectively. And that means that they are exclusive because they do not include the ethical perspectives of other people, around the world and other cultures, etc. The other method is to ask the AI system to go and learn ethical decision making. So we say, here's the scaffolding, right? Here's how you figure out and respond and reply to an ethical dilemma. Go out, figure out what you need to do, like how you're going to respond and how you're going to behave as an AI in that scenario where you have to make ethical decision making, for example. The way that many developers and engineers have been doing this is they've been having AI read books that are written by humans, watch movies, they feed it manuscripts, all these different things, and so it observes human behavior, interacts maybe with humans. There are all these different ways, but essentially the systems are learning from other humans. And this can be more robust. This can create a greater variety of ways that the ethical programming would be built into a machine. But the challenge there is that, people, they're inherently bad. There are bad people in the world. And those bad people will reflect behaviors that the AI will simply reflect, back to us as an autonomous being, if you will. One example was Tay, which was Microsoft's Twitter bot that they created, and they put it out there and they said, hey, everybody, here's this Twitter bot, and, talk to it, engage with it, and we're going to teach it some things, right? Super fun. All the kids are doing it, whatever. And within 24 hours, the ethics were completely out the window, right? I mean, it started tweeting, racist, anti-Semitic, misogynistic things right away. Microsoft had to yank it, pull the plug, and that's, sure, Twitter's a little bit different, right? There's an environment there and there's a culture, trolls, whatever, but that's part of the real world. These people exist in the real world, and AI learns. So when you ask, how can you, sort of is part of this data that's brought into the system or data that's not brought into the system versus, our perspectives, that's a really good question because of that dilemma and how we program and how we teach and try to govern essentially autonomous systems like AI systems. I hope that answers your question okay.
Yes, thank you. Apparently you've opened the Pandora box here as I have another question here saying regarding the window, I guess it's the window in the space shuttle, the design of that window, if made lower, it could not be interpreted as not fair to very tall people?
Yeah, that's a good question. So, I talked about how the window was designed for Luca, the male astronaut, and not Jessica, the female astronaut. So the question that this person is posing is essentially, well, if you reverse that, then are you being exclusive to, the average female body size and excluding the average male body size, which is a very good question. And that comes up a lot when you're talking about, inclusivity, especially within design. What I would say to that is that you have a situation where Jessica, as I mentioned, she's free floating, and in order to free float to look out that window, she has to anchor herself. So one of her hands is preoccupied. Anything else that she's doing on her computer that she needs to write down, that she needs to calculate anything, she's got one hand left to deal with that, right? So that directly impacts her job performance. Luca, he can bend down, and it's not optimal for him necessarily to have to bend down, but he can bend down and not have any compromise to his job performance in that scenario. So thinking about how we evolve to be more inclusive with our design is not always about just reversing it the other direction, right? Black people uprising in America are not saying we need white slaves now. It's not a polar opposite, right? They're saying they're not out for revenge. They're saying we want equality, right? And so when you're thinking about inclusivity and evolving and how we do that, it's not saying let's make the window appropriate for Jessica but not appropriate for Luca. We're saying, where's this middle ground? Where can this be appropriate for everyone so that it's inclusive for everyone, so that everything's considered in a way that makes it so that no one's left out? I mean, that's the inherent nature of what inclusivity is. And so it's looking at where that moderation is, where that balance is, and instead of making it, inclusive to the average body size of a biological male, you consider all body sizes and how that window can be designed in a way that it's beneficial and inclusive for everyone. So that's essentially the shift in the focus there.
Stefan apparently agrees with you. He says that the anchor points should be made for both body sizes.
Great.
Okay.
Awesome.
Another question. Why is that guy an asshole? Apparently you have some strong opinions about the guy.
James Damore, for those of you who, I guess I made an assumption. That's a really good point, right? James Damore, people in this industry should know he was a developer for an engineer or something for Google. I don't know what he does except be a misogynist. He wrote the manifesto saying that women were inferior to men in intelligence. And he said, we need to stop coddling. He essentially said, we need to stop coddling women, and that stifles the growth of the most intelligent people in the room, which are men. That makes him a fucking asshole. That's all I have. Anybody who thinks that way is an asshole. So that's the best answer I can give you. And
Okay.
if you don't understand that, then maybe you reflect. Maybe take a moment to sort of think about your position of people in the world and inclusivity in the world and how people are being treated, especially women in the tech industry. So that's what I would say to that.
Thank you so much. Apparently this session has come to an end, but we still have some questions. Guys, if you want to talk to Mark further, please hang in the chats with him, and I guess he'll answer all questions you have. Thank you, Mark. And
thank you so
we'll see
much.
in the
Happy
next
to hang
session.
out and
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you for
absolutely.
being with us. Thank you for your time.
Uh-huh.
Our next speaker is an optimist, and boy, we need these optimists. She's an engineer by education and technologist by profession. She takes upon herself to make typing DNA the #1 biometrics choice at a Bring Your Own DevTool party. She has the knowledge and is passionate about learning dev-centric cross-functional initiatives while balancing corporate and entrepreneurial experiences, mostly in areas of data and analytics, marketing technology, and InfoSec. She loves to dance and travel to learn about different cultures. Hopefully not the same time, or do you dance while traveling? Please help me in welcoming Typing DNS Chief Developer Growth, Madalina Burci.
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here today and to talk about the brave new work from anywhere world and how we should secure it. Now, day by day, I work for Typing DNA, where we recognize people by the way they type. But for now, you can just consider me an advocate at the idea that you don't need to compromise security and user experience when talking about authentication. Now, you've probably seen this picture going around the internet, and as with any other joke, there's a bit of truth behind it. And the truth is that we've experienced a very fast-forwarded process of implementing remote working in the past months. And this opened up a new debate, which is remote working a good or a bad thing? Because we might cross the line and let work into our personal lives or vice versa. Now, I think today you're more empowered than ever to find the thing that works best for you. And if that means going to the office and working from there to be around your colleagues for 2 days a week, and then spending the rest of the days in the quiet place of your house, then so be it. Or maybe in the sunny days, you prefer to work from the park or your favorite coffee place or even from another city. And that is why our new reality is not called work from home, but rather it's work from anywhere. Now, there's a catch to this. The same things that make work from anywhere so great are also the ones that open us up for a lot of vulnerabilities. And here I'm talking about using the same devices for your work and personal objectives, connecting to any internet source at any time and from any physical location. This opens up a new bunch of risks for both companies and individuals. And we don't really need to imagine what these risks are because we already saw it happening in the past months. In the beginning of pandemic for Italy, Cynet analyzed their proprietary data, and what they saw was an alarming trend, an increasing trend in cyber attacks. And this trend continued throughout the next months and worldwide, and not just in the number of the attacks, but also in their sophistication. So cyber attackers also get better and better on this. So much so that this year, the financial losses from online transactions are expected to reach $26 billion. And for companies, it's not just the money, but it's also their reputation that could get damaged, and also the fact that their customers could churn. Now, luckily, there's something we can do about it, that each of us can do, and that is taking proper security measures. And these basic ones are to ensure the physical security of our devices. So whenever you are working from a public place, make sure that you don't leave your devices unattended or unlocked. Whenever you can, try to block the line of sight to your screens. And also when you charge, make sure to use USB data blockers. Now, if you adopted the bring your own device policy, which is using the same devices for your work and personal objectives, try to keep them always updated in terms of software and very much protected, because you don't have the luxury now to have the whole IT department of your company doing that for you. And also when going online, try to connect as much as possible via a VPN. I mean, as I was saying earlier, the sophistication of the cyber attacks increase, which means we also need to speed up our game, get trained all the time, and be very vigilant about them. And last, but definitely not least, is strengthening our authentication. Now, you might tell me, that's fine, I have a password, or it's fine, I'm going to put a better password, more complex. And I can tell you that that is really not enough, because passwords alone are not the best option to secure your accounts. Passwords are very easy to guess, easy to hack, vulnerable to attacks such as the man in the middle and phishing, and they're very often reshared or reused. And research shows that 80% of the data breaches really happen because of poor passwords. And making your password more complex, it wouldn't help as much as you think. It just gives you a false sense of security. What you can do, though, is implementing multi-factor authentication. And there are many ways and many factors that you can, many authenticators that you can use for that. And we can split them basically into 3 categories: what you know, what you have, and what you are. In terms of knowledge, some popular examples of authenticators are those security questions like what's your mother's maiden name, what's your favorite color, or even the PIN to your bank credit card. That's also a knowledge factor. In terms of possession, think about your smartphone that could receive a one-time password via an SMS, or your email address that receives a confirmation link that you need to press. And in terms of biometrics, we can further split this into 2 categories: physiological and behavioral. And in physiological, we can have your fingerprints, your face, and behavioral could be the way that you walk, the way that you talk, and maybe also your typing. Now, in order to choose what works best for your company, you need to have 5 aspects in mind. First, accessibility, because now working from anywhere means your customers and your employees need to be able to have access to the new factor. And also compatibility with your already existing systems. So you wouldn't want to change your whole infrastructure, right, for an extra authenticator. Cost is also an important aspect, especially if you plan to scale this up across your company and across your product line. Security, of course, that's I think the most important one, especially if you're dealing with high levels of risks. And last but definitely not least, it's user experience, which is most often overlooked. But this is very, very important because it can make or break your user journey. And if customers don't feel comfortable using the new authenticator, they might not adopt it, or they might drop out throughout their journeys. Now, the first 3 aspects are very custom for your own company. You need to deep dive more there with your own teams. But for the last 2, there's a lot of research on the internet. And what we saw from this research is there is often a trade-off between security and user experience. Knowledge factors are user-friendly, especially because people are already familiar with them, but they tend not to be so secure. Possession factors are a bit safer than knowledge, but again, it could have a poor user experience because devices can be lost or stolen. And biometrics from all of these 3 have the safest option, are the safest option basically, but because they require a bit of a more user interaction, they could have, again, a poor user experience. And considering all of this, I would like to deep down a bit into biometrics. This is a very promising market and growing market. It's expected to reach $26 billion this year. And we also see a change in attitude from consumers. More and more users are using already or are very comfortable using it in the near future. And biometric authentication is also being included in the official cybersecurity regulations. Among the most popular ones, alternatives for the authenticators are fingerprints, face, voice, and typing recognition. And we're going to go now a bit into each of them to see, let's say, the ups and downs of each of them. With no particular order in mind, we're going to start with fingerprints. And I think you're very familiar with this one. Nowadays, fingerprints are used to unlock your devices or to open the doors to your offices. But did you know that NYU published this AI master print that can unlock 1 in 5 devices? That's not very secure. And also, let's think how easy it is to put a bit of duct tape on top of a computer screen, of a device screen, and get an exact replica of that fingerprint that can be later used for hacking purposes. And this was happening before the pandemic. But think in the new world, where we tend to avoid surfaces as much as possible. We tend to go more touchless, as people call it, so much so that the fingerprint scanning device sales are expected to drop with $1.2 billion this year. And last but definitely not least is the fact that we are using gloves in public places. Think how of a poor user experience this is to require taking off your glove to authenticate and then putting back it again. Now let's move to our second factor, which is the face recognition. Again, this should be pretty straightforward. Apple uses it all the time. It's quite popular, but is it so secure though? This picture is very famous on the internet, and according to it, the upper row people can pass by the lower row just by wearing this kind of glasses. This is very worrying. And not only that, but face recognition has been under a lot of scrutiny these days. Even IBM announced earlier this week that they are getting out of the business of facial recognition. And again, this was happening before pandemic, but how many of us are wearing masks nowadays in public places? And I think all of us should be wearing them, making facial recognition very, very hard, if not impossible. And talking about masks, that also puts a challenge in the next authenticator, which is voice. Now, did you ever try creating or replicating a voice? It's not so hard nowadays. There are a lot of available tools out there. The tools are created with the best intentions in mind, but they could be leveraged also for some malicious purposes. And when we're talking about the work from anywhere world, besides the masks, you also have the fact that you cannot always control your background noise, especially if you're in a public place. And that background noise can interfere with the accuracy of your authenticator. But how pleasant is it to really shout a text or a password in front of your device? Not so much so, and we see a preference of people to switch to written communication more than voice. So around 2014-15, there's been a switch, and since then people have a very prominent preference to write and to type more than to talk. And as Generation Z and millennials are taking over the workplaces, this preference is also reflected in the way that they authenticate. Which brings me to the fourth and last authenticator on our list, which is typing. Among the four of them, I think it's also the less known, so I'm going to spend a bit of more time here. In case you didn't know, your typing is unique, and it can be used to identify and authenticate you. This has many benefits, advantages. It's very secure. It's also in line with the latest regulations, cybersecurity regulations. And it's very user-friendly. This can run in the background without interrupting the user journey, or at least not making it unpleasant. It also adapts as the user behavior evolves over time. And it can be integrated basically on your laptop, your mobile browser, your app, basically anywhere that you require to type something. You don't need additional hardware or software, just your regular keyboard, and that's it. You're going to ask me now, what's the catch of this authenticator? And my answer is, there is no catch to this one, or at least not one that I'm aware of. And don't take my word for granted, see it for yourself by leveraging the resources that we have available at Typing DNA. We are one of the top players in the biometrics market, especially in the field of typing biometrics. And we want for the world to know and to use it. That's why we prepared a lot of free and self-served resources, such as demo, written documentation, tutorials. And we also give you free accounts using that custom link in case you want to give it a try and integrate it in your own project. We'd be very happy to get your feedback and your thoughts on the solution. So please reach out to us via the virtual booth, or maybe later after the event. That's why I also put here my contact information. And my colleague Laura did yesterday a talk on the security stage, tutorial of how to integrate typing biometrics. So make sure to check that out as well. And since our company is growing because the world needs typing biometrics more than ever, we also encourage you to check out our careers page for more details. Now, I see we have some time left. We're going to go to questions in a moment. But before this, I want to thank you for your attention and to leave you with a final thought. The name of this presentation was not chosen at random. It's actually a reference to Huxley's novel, Brave New World. That's a dystopia where technology took over humanity. And the reason why I chose this is our new work from anywhere world is not, it's the exact opposite of that, because today we are in the best place to find our perfect balance and integration between work and personal lives through technology, because of technology, and not in spite of it. And Huxley said that people need to choose between happiness and high art. I altered that a little bit and replaced it with great user experience and high security. This is what we care about nowadays in the digital world. And my final thought is that in this brave new work from anywhere world, you don't need to compromise. You don't need to choose between great user experience and high security if you're using typing biometrics as a multi-factor authenticator. Thank you.
Thank you, Madalina. We have a question from Andrei, who says, what stops me as an attacker to slightly modify the keylogger so that it will record also the typing patterns?
So we have some security in place for that. So in case we see that the patterns are not coming from the device that we're expecting, we are not really accepting that. So we do have some preventions in place.
Okay, thank you. And going back at the beginning of your talk, you've talked about USB data blockers. I've seen everywhere people connecting, especially in malls and in airports. Okay, now it's the pandemic, no one goes in airports unless you want to go work in some other country. But otherwise you don't go in airports and in malls. But can you recommend any specific device for data blockers? Because everyone is connecting their device directly to the plug in whatever, the wall plug or bench plug or whatever there is.
So I know my colleagues gave some swag up on a conference in the shape of USB data blockers, and I can give you this information maybe after the talk. Just come over the virtual booth and I can tell you what they recommend.
Okay, so everyone should go there and see what data blocking devices they offer. Okay, and this and Wi-Fi, free Wi-Fi for everyone is also a problem with bring your own device right now in every company.
Yes,
regarding the yeah, sorry.
That's true, and that's why exactly why we recommend connecting via VPN.
Yeah,
so
but
not just going directly on the Wi-Fi.
Not over a free VPN, because free VPNs may sell your data or abuse your data or something like that.
They might do it, so that's why you need to be very careful when choosing which VPN you decide to use.
Okay, another question came in from Dorian. What about iris scanners? Is this the most secure option until now?
Iris scanners are more secure, for sure, than facial recognition. They are also a bit hard to implement, like in terms of hardware, they're a bit harder and more expensive. So if you decide to go for that one, of course, your security and accuracy are going to be higher, but you also need to consider the other factors involved, like costs and the easiness of implementation.
And I guess because we all wear masks, not here in the studio and not on this virtual stage, but as we go outside, we all wear masks, and with face recognition, it's quite hard to identify you, especially if you try to check your shopping list in the supermarket and you have to type in the... no, actually, it won't recognize your face with the mask. It makes sense to maybe switch to iris scanner. Okay. Do you recommend using Tor as a browser? Asks Marius.
That's a good question. I personally have no opinion on that, but I'm sure if Marius wants to talk more and get a debate and see the pros and cons and take it over, we can have a debate at the Typing DNA virtual booth, and I can bring in also some of my colleagues that might have an opinion on that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That should be all for now. We'll see you on the chats for further questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
You too.
Hello everyone and welcome to my presentation. Today I will be talking about how machines and robots perceive human emotions and react according to these emotions. But first of all, let me please introduce myself. My name is Fuzia Ajalia. I'm a PhD student at the Technical University of Košice in Slovak Republic, co-founder of the National Academy of Innovation and Creativity Algeria, ambassador for Women in AI, and also Women in Technology Global Award nominee for the most disruptive woman in the year of 2019. Without further ado, I will tell you the aim from my presentation today. The aim from my presentation today is to help you guys see where the world is heading regarding emotional technologies by providing an overview about the technological point of view regarding emotions as well as the basic notions concerning emotions and how the robots perceive our emotions. While the agenda is to find a link between robots and emotion. I will start my presentation with this picture. This picture is taken from a movie called Inside Out. Inside Out is an American 3D computer animated comedy film produced by Pixar Animation Studios, and it got me really inspired at the moment because the film is set in the mind of a young girl named Riley with 5 personified emotions, that is joy, sadness, anger, fear, and disgust, try to lead her through life as she and her parents adjust to their new surroundings after moving from one city to another. So right now we will talk about emotions. There are lots of definitions that has been given regarding emotions, but according to the Very Well Mind website, emotions in psychology is often defined as a complex state of feeling that results in physical and psychological changes that influence thought and behavior. The major theories of emotions can be grouped into 3 main categories: physiological, neurological, and cognitive. In physiological theories suggest that responses within the body are responsible for emotions. That is, hunger, for instance. Neurological theories propose that activity within the brain leads to emotional responses. Cognitive theories argue that thoughts and other mental activities plays an essential role in forming emotions. Well, what is the motivation behind investing in this research of trying to recognize the emotions and apply it and try to make robots understand our emotions? Well, the answer is has a very big variety of disciplines that will benefit from the phenomenon. Let's take an example of the healthcare. Many investments made in applying facial emotion recognition in healthcare systems to recognize and be aware about the emotional state that patients exhibit during their rehabilitation for a better assessment with the treatment process by providing more attention to patients who need it, actually. Another very important point, which is the education. Facial emotion recognition is used in education to have a better understanding of the adoption of learners to study materials and based on the analysis and adjustment of the teaching methodologies is made. Also, we have the user feedback. Monitoring the users and customers' expressions while watching a movie, playing a game, or do shopping can be critical for industry to fundamentally understand the needs of users and customers and get feedback about their services or products for bigger profit and better marketing. Finally, we have the security and safety. Applications in surveillance were designed based on emotion recognition in order to detect suspicious people, for instance. And how do we express our emotions? As a human being, we ought to express our ideas and emotions using several channels, that is, texture, gestures, body language, and facial expressions. A study made by Ferris reported that the facial expressions of the speaker contributes 55% to the effect of the spoken message, while the verbal part and the vocal part contribute only 7% and 38% respectively. So, from this we understand that facial expressions plays a very important role in our daily life, as it's the fastest and the most effective non-verbal communication channel between humans. As we mentioned before, that facial expressions is an effective communication channel that helps to understand the inner state of the mind of human beings. A human face plays a critical role in recognizing the emotional state of the person based on expressions, regardless of the person's origin or cultural background. These expressions are a result of a complex muscle structure. An observational study made by Paul Ekman to find whether humans showed a similar appearance of emotions. He made this study on a tribe in New Guinea, and it showed that facial expressions are the same as civilized people. Finally, he proved that we show a universal expressions that helps to recognize emotions. Facial expressions are resulted by a sequence of mimic muscles activities that innervated by the facial nerve. Those muscles are mainly with the skin and don't move with the joints or bones. The human face consists of about 20 flat skeleton muscles, as shown in the figure below. Those muscles are located under the skin, eyebrows, lips, cheek, and wrinkles, on the forehead, between eyebrows, and on the nose. From a physiological point of view, there is a difference between feelings, affects, and sentiments. Feelings can be driven by physical states like anger, pain, fatigue, as well as emotional states. However, affect is the state of evaluation of situation or behavior by two forms, negative and positive, that is, like or dislike. Another term is sentiments, which are socially constructed patterns of sensations, expressive gestures, and cultural mimics organized around the relationship to a social object, usually another person or group such as family. The human-robot interaction is a discipline of studying humans' behaviors toward robots from different perspectives like physical, technological, and interactive features of the robots. This is achieved by understanding, designing, and evaluating robotic systems for the use by humans. This discipline has been a topic of science fiction and academic research long before robots have arrived, and it is aimed for studying people's behaviors and attitudes towards robots in relation to the physical, technological, and interactive features of the robots. In other words, it is a field dedicated to understanding, designing, and evaluating robotic systems for the use with or by humans. The field of social robotics lies between robotics, artificial intelligence, cognitive science, psychology, interaction design, biology, and especially ethology. We can distinguish several forms of interaction based on cooperation, We have remote interaction, where the robot is separated spatially from the human. Proximate interaction, the human and the robots are co-located. Based on the role of the robot, and we can categorize human-robot interaction based on the role in the interaction. For instance, we have the passive. Orders to the robots are not get from the human, but is presenting to the human. Passive social. Robot or robots are communicating with each other and presenting to the human, but this last never give orders to the robot. Interactive. One robot is interacting with a human partner. The interaction is bidirectional. Interactive social. Two or more robots are communicating with each other. Besides their communication, they are interacting with a human partner. We have also the third type, which is based on duration. Human-robot interaction can be divided into 4 categories based on the duration and frequency. We have the temporally restricted interaction. A brief interaction occurs only once or a few times. Temporally extended interaction. The interaction lasts for an extended period of time or short but repeated. We have the long-term interaction. The interaction occurs repeatedly over extended periods of time. We have multi-party long-term interactions. The robot is aware of the dynamics and interaction among groups of people and models the relationship between them. Lastly, we have those which is based on the complexity. We can categorize the complexity of the robot's functionalities into 3 levels. Limited, clearly defined. The robot has to accomplish a simple task or a small number of tasks. Advanced robot functionalities. The robot needs to be able to complete a number of tasks in socially appropriate manner using the information about the human partner and its environment. We have the unconstrained, open-ended. The robot doesn't know in what interaction it has to engage. We can face some challenges and problems, such as the design approach, the embodiment, the artificial emotions, dialogue, human-oriented perceptions, and user modeling. So after we dealt with the basic notions of emotions and the state of the art of robotics and the types of robots and the types of the interaction between humans and robots, right now we would try to deal with the third part in our presentation, which is how do computers understand emotions and what are the approaches and techniques used for that matter. Well, let me tell you that artificial intelligence is the key factor. Well, in computer science, artificial intelligence, sometimes called machine intelligence, is intelligence demonstrated by machines in contrast to the natural intelligence displayed by human beings and animals. This is definitions according to Wikipedia. And if you take a look at this graph right here, we have artificial intelligence, the big barrel in gray, which is any technique which enables computers to mimic human behavior. We have another subfield or subset from the artificial intelligence, which is machine learning. Where right now, what's the difference between artificial intelligence and machine learning? Artificial intelligence can include other sets like machine learning, for instance, like robotics, embedded systems. But today we will deal just with the machine learning as it concerns us the most. So machine learning is a subset of AI techniques which use statistical methods to enable machines to improve with experience. So this is a key factor of machine learning, is that the machines improve its performance by experience. it becomes better with experience. So it learns from the over the time. However, deep learning is a subset of machine learning which make the computational of multi-layer neural networks feasible, and we will deal with this in the next slides. Well, in order to understand emotions, we have to build a typical system. And for that matter, the typical facial emotion recognition system is showed in the graph below. We have the facial preprocessing, also the feature extraction, and the machine learning. Afterwards, the output would be facial emotion recognition assessment. In the first part, in the facial preprocessing, we can distinguish a lot of steps. For instance, illuminations, face cropping, pose variations. However, in the feature extraction, this is a very important step where we try to extract the features from the face. For instance, we can extract the vertical or the horizontal edges. So this will help us in the next phase, which is the classification phase. Right now, this typical graph is for machine learning and not deep learning, because in the deep learning you will notice in the next slides that facial the feature extraction and classification are made in the same step, which is the main work of deep learning, is that we don't have to extract features manually, but they are made automatically, and we will see it in the next slides. Okay, so right now we knew what is artificial intelligence, what is machine learning, deep learning, and also we stated the typical facial emotion recognition system. Right now, how do computers understand, or how do we represent the emotions? Well, for this matter, a lot of models has been proposed. Models for emotions, there's the categorical and there's the dimensional approaches. In the categorical, we have the basic one that we mentioned in the previous slides, the basic one, which is for Ekman's. It has 6 emotions. We have the hourglass facial action coding system. In the dimensional models, we have whistle model, blood check model. In the categorical approaches, the emotion processes can be explained by a set of basic or fundamental emotions which would be familiar to humans. There is no consensus about the number and nature of these so-called fundamental emotions. You notice in this graph that there's 6 basic emotions that is discussed: happy, sad, anger, fear, and surprise. We have the action coding system. In the dimensional models, emotions are resulted from a fixed number of concepts represented in a multi-dimensional space. Dimensions can be an axis of pleasure, awakening, power. These dimensions vary according to the needs of the models. I put 2 of the most famous models, which is Russell's and Whistle's models. Right now, the feature extractions technique, we will represent for you guys some techniques that were performed in recent works for feature extraction. There's a global spatial image feature extraction where the features are extracted from the whole face, right? However, the local spatial image feature extraction, the features are taken from just parts from the face. Let's say the mouth, the eyes, the nose, the eyebrows. However, the temporal feature extraction, usually it is used for a sequence of images, that is, say, a video or temporal changes in the image. And we have, of course, we have for the classification, we have techniques. So unlike rule-based methods, machine learning is a branch of artificial intelligence aims to make machines learn explicitly by feeding them only with data. Since people's way of showing their emotions can differ from one person to another, this made it a hard process for machine learning to extract facial emotions. So we have the input images, and then in next step we have face detection and landmark detection. Landmark are points put in the face in order to, for instance, to calculate the distance between one point and another. That helps us to classify those emotions. Afterwards we have feature extraction, and finally we have the facial expression classification. Here in facial expression classification, we have conventional approaches for classification, and I wanted to mention some of them, like support vector shape, adipose, hidden Markov models, random forests. Of course, everyone has its own strengths and weaknesses, and it depends on the model that we are building. Right now we move to a deeper stage, which is the deep learning based approaches. Deep learning uses an architecture of non-linear transformations, which consists of multi-layer perceptron in order to tackle complex problems that require a big amount of data. Deep learning has been widely used in facial emotion recognition. It reduces the pre-processing phases, unlike the conventional approaches, and enables the learning process directly from the input image. So I'll give you an example right here. We have an image and as an input. The pre-processing, it can be the data augmentation, that is changing the scaling, the rotations, the color, adding some noise. We have also illumination or normalization. In the next step, we have in the deep networks, we can distinguish. Let's take an example of this one. We have an input image, and the first layer, which is the convolution layer, and then this one is the convolution neural network, and we have recurrent neural network, deep autoencoder, and so many other models that can be used for facial emotion recognition, and the output can be one of those emotions, of course. We mentioned the convolution neural network. Well, the convolution neural network is a category of feed-forward neural network architecture in machine learning used to almost any image-based application. In general, it is based on the three heterogeneous layers. We have the convolution layer, the pooling layer, and the fully cumulative layer. Here, this graph is for the analysis of deep neural network models for practical applications. There are different and a lot of deep learning models like Inception, version 4, and every VGG, ResNet, GoogleNet. I'd like to conclude with one of the questions that I'm trying to answer in my research right now, which is whether we will go from artificial intelligence to artificial emotions, and how it will affect the field of robotics and the field of human-robot interaction, and if it will add more value to this discipline, and if we will able to make robots be our own friends, be our own partners. So thank you for your attention, and I hope that if you have any kind of question, please do not hesitate to ask me. Hello everyone, and welcome to my presentation. Today I will be talking about how machines and robots perceive human emotions and react according to
ambassador for women in AI, a PhD student at the Department of Cybernetics and Artificial Intelligence at the University of Kosice. She is also the co-founder of the National Academy of Innovation and Creativity. Fauja is not online right now, but we will take her questions as she joins us in or in the chat. Thank you for joining us, and we will see you in the next session. We are sorry, but unfortunately Fauzia won't be joining us live to take your questions, but she'll hang in the chats with you should you have any questions for her. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you in the next session. Our next speaker is the founder of Helios Vision, a Bucharest-based AI startup. He develops solutions in areas such as surveillance and activity recognition, intelligent traffic analysis, automatic document classification, and accident prevention using artificial intelligence. He's also involved in real-time object reconstruction with 3D cameras, and his talk is about promising avenues for deploying AI to improve safety during the current pandemic. Please help me in welcoming the next speaker on the main stage, Silviu Tudor Șerban.
Hi guys, my name is Silviu Șerban. As I was announced to be, I'm the founder of Helios Vision. I'm also a part of the Intel Innovators Group, which is a program that focused on innovation projects. Today I'm going to talk to you about the COVID pandemic and how we can use AI to solve some of its issues to improve safety for everyone. So yeah, let's dig into the presentation. I'm going to share my screen right now. So the presentation is called Promising Avenues for Deploying AI in order to improve safety during the current pandemic. And first, we're going to talk about AI versus COVID. And in the second part of the talk, we're going to talk about tools of how we as developers can implement systems to work on these issues. So let's first talk about prevention. So I think one of the keys to minimize the spread of COVID in the times that will follow, given the lessening of the restrictions and whatnot, and people going back to work and the economy restarting, I believe that AI tools and deployment of AI computer systems can add new safety layers to many of the work environments and maybe governmental environments that we have to go through and interact with every day. Like if we need to go to the mayor's office to get some paperwork, we need to go to many places where there's groupings of people and there's high chances of contagion. And there's already some system in place to mitigate this, but I believe with AI we can do even a better job and minimize risks even further. So ideally, we would have systems that are accessible to everyone, basically, to not expensive, easy to deploy, automatic, and basically working 24/7 in a non-intrusive way. So the idea is to boost prevention in all use cases possible. One example is to use AI-enabled cameras for detection of protective gear, or when protective gear is not actually worn. So this is very relevant because if most people wear protective gear, then the chance of spreading out the disease is very low. So this is very important, especially indoors, in office spaces, in governmental buildings and whatnot. So it would be very useful to have this kind of cameras that can do this kind of classification on their own, and they can relay this information to a server somewhere and identify the possible problems. Another one would be, this is more, let's say, more rare occasion, but it would be really useful, especially for like high traffic areas. It would be to use AI-enabled thermal cameras to automatically detect when people are passing by and they have a really high body temperature, like symptoms of a fever. So this would be really useful because in many places, you don't want to constrict traffic. You don't want to make people stop and manually be tested by someone. You still want to have the right flow, but in the same time, you would like to have the opportunity to identify if a problem occurs. So systems using thermal cameras would be really useful for this kind of use case. Third, we can talk about AI-enabled systems for detection of grouping. So there's like, I don't know, malls, food courts and whatnot. There's lots of places where people are really sitting next to each other, and given our current new rules, we shouldn't be more than 1.52 meters from each other. So having this kind of camera systems to overwatch and to basically understand when people are getting or grouping too much would be very useful, and it would be another means of basically reducing the likelihood of people contracting and spreading out the disease. Next, we can talk about diagnosis, right? This is a really interesting area, especially right now in this context when you know, let's take the example of parsing X-rays, right? So we know that COVID can be diagnosed using X-rays very easily. So one way of speeding up this process is to have automatic tools for radiologists that can, first of all, decrease diagnosis time. It can be done in a few milliseconds, right, using some AI model, and also they can help radiologists be more precise in their interpretation. So when the system is overloaded, this kind of tool could really make a difference. And there's a really cool startup in Romania who is called Xvision, and I understand they have been helping hospitals throughout Romania during this troubling times. And this is kind of an example of AI really stepping up and helping the system work better under really critical loads. Next, I want to talk about treatment. So there's a really interesting, let's say, movement or organization called Folding at Home. This is a really nice example for a community-driven effort to find new cures or therapeutic opportunities for the COVID-19. So this is called Folding at Home project. I think it's foldingathome.org. And what you can do in this project is basically you as a contributor, you can go to their website, download an app that they provide, an executable on your computer. And by running that executable, you can allow the nice people at Folding at Home to run simulations using your CPU and GPU. So basically you are sharing some of your computing power with them. It doesn't even have to be all. You can still do your work in the same time. So it's not really you know, like your computer is frozen for that particular amount of time, but you just give them a part of your resources that you might not even need during your work. If you're doing an Excel spreadsheet, you don't need that much computing power. So you can share your CPU and GPU power with these people and help them do simulations and find new cures and treatments for problems like COVID or cancer or whatnot. And it's a really interesting and good way to contribute. All right. Now, before we go to the more technical part of the talk, there's also a more not so AI topic for digitization during this kind of times. So we realize right now that it would be very useful for us to have most of our, let's say, systems and maybe government interaction done online. So this is maybe not in the AI field, but it's still in the digital revolution field, where we would like to have as many services as possible being performed in the online area. So you don't have to, or you can dramatically limit interaction in a lot of governmental areas, like going to the city hall to get some documents. You could just get them online. If you have to pay some bills, you can do that online. So that would be another very important milestone to be achieved in helping, you know, limit this kind of crowding and limit contact where it really doesn't need to happen as much. All right. So yeah, here's the link. It's foldingathome.org. If you want to donate your computing resources, please do. It's basically just some kilowatts you can give from your own. And yeah, let's move on to the geekier part of the talk. And here we're going to talk about computer vision and AI deployment tools. So we've spoken before about opportunities and solutions that would be very useful in fighting COVID. And now we're going to be more focused on the how and how to use systems and tools and SDKs to get things rolling and to create solutions into this direction or another, but basically the how-to of the problem. So firstly, we're going to speak about Intel OpenVINO Toolkit, and later about the Intel Edge Software Hub. They're very related. One is a subset of the other, but yeah, let's go into it and find out more. So first, OpenVINO Toolkit. It's short for Open Visual Inferencing and Neural Network Optimization. So basically, we are provided with a comprehensive set of tools for deploying computer vision AI, and from virtually limitless resources in the cloud to like really tiny edge devices like a NUC or an Upboard or even a Raspberry Pi. So the reason I am talking today about OpenVINO is because for my project, at least, I am very focused on the performance aspect, on having robust software that simply works and doesn't fail over time, and about flexibility. And by flexibility, I mean in where I can deploy my software and how well does it work on said deployment hardware. So here's an idea, a first look at the OpenVINO Toolkit. So you can use it firstly to optimize and deploy several deep learning models, if not most of them, across Intel's platforms. So this goes from CPUs to GPUs to edge devices. It can also be used to accelerate and optimize low-level image processing tasks. You know, OpenCV is part of the OpenVINO Toolkit, and there's an optimized version of OpenCV coming with the toolkit. And also, yeah, basically maximizing the performance of your application for any type of processor from this lineup. Now, let's talk about hardware support. So OpenVINO provides a common API for inferencing across a wide range of computer vision accelerators. So, of course, it runs on CPU, but it also runs on GPU using OpenCL. It runs on VPUs, and it also runs on FPGAs. So there's a lot of options on where and on what to run your inference. Of course, there's going to be different performance metrics depending on the hardware platform. But the idea is that you can easily adapt your application to that environment. In terms of OS support, this is really cool because it basically runs almost on any type of system. So here for Linux, you have Ubuntu, you have CentOS, Yocto, Raspbian, Docker. You have a lot of options for deployment. And it runs on Windows as well. And it even runs on Mac, which is a really big deal. Now, for development tools, you can see that the Intel distribution of OpenVINO Toolkit comes pre-packed with a lot of SDKs and libraries and useful tools for converting and optimizing machine learning models. So here you can see the biggest part is the inference engine, which is let's say the glue that gets all the parts together and running nicely on any type of hardware. You have the model optimizer, which takes regular models trained with other platforms and can convert them into an intermediate representation model that can run on each of these hardware platforms. You have OpenCV, you have an OpenPX. There is an open model zoo, like with many computer vision and AI platforms, where you can already use pre-trained data and sometimes do transfer learning or just use it as is for your project. So we're going to focus next on this part: Model Optimizer, Inference Engine, and Open Model Zoo. The Model Optimizer is a tool. It's a command line tool that converts a model, a specific trained model, like in Caffe or TensorFlow or MXNet. It can translate these trained networks into the IR model, as I mentioned before. So let's say we have a cat and dog trained network, and we have this network already trained. We use the Model Optimizer. It takes the TensorFlow or the Caffe file as input, and then it outputs the intermediate representation, which is an XML file and a big binary file. And these files can then be easily consumed using the inference engine, and then simply we can choose on which hardware platform to run and consume the model and do inference. Right. So here's a simple walkthrough to see how easy it is to optimize the TensorFlow model, for example. So basically, we just need to install the prerequisites for TensorFlow Model Optimizer, and then we just need to set the model name, the model type, and also the output. So this is it. Just take a frozen model, freeze the model, and then just run the model optimizer. It's mo_tf for TensorFlow. You have the input, you have the path out to the model, and the output. That's it. It's very, very easy. Now, if you have a non-frozen checkpoint, then you have to do things a little bit different. So you have some other command line options, but in all, it's very, very similar to the before example. Very similar to if you have a metagraph as well, and very, very similar if you have a non-frozen safe model. So basically, all options are covered. Now, there's sometimes custom models, such as YOLO, and with YOLO, you do have to do some preparation beforehand, right? So you have to get the YOLO models and clone it, and then you do have to use the convert weights script, which will convert the COCO names to the format that is required by the Model Optimizer. So that's it, basically. After that, you run Model Optimizer, and it's very similar to the one before. Here's a short video of YOLO. I'm not sure how well this will run online, but let's see. Maybe I'll try without sound, or no. So this is actually running YOLO v3 on a Raspberry Pi with, I'm gonna stop the sound. Running YOLO v3 on Raspberry Pi with VPU, with a Movidius stick inside, which is like a 2-watt USB sized inference engine stick, which is really, really powerful for its size and for its cost and for its flexibility. So as you can see, on like a really tiny device that can be basically placed anywhere, you can have this kind of real-time inference working, which is quite amazing, I think. Okay, I'm gonna fast forward through the clip. So this is a great example of having AI running at the edge without the need to be connected to anything like a cloud service or anything. It just, we could be capable of running in a 7 to 10 watt device totally. Like we can run this on batteries and have this kind of real-time understanding of objects and, let's say, people, animals, and other examples. Alrighty, let's talk about inference engine right now. Now, inference engine is a C++ library which has a set of C++ classes to infer input data, right? This is the core of the system when we're running inference. This one provides an API to read this kind of converted IR models that we were talking about just before, the ones that you get after using the model optimizers. And you can set the input and output formats and then execute the model on chosen devices. So this is really the core of the system, and this is what makes inference run really fast and smooth, irrelevant of the devices running on. So here's how it works. Basically, it needs to read the network, manipulate the network information in some way, create an inference engine core object to work with devices, and then execute and pass inputs and outputs. So these are the main classes of the inference engine. Here's how's the workflow. So you load the plugin, you load the model, you configure what you want as input or output, you load the model, then you create an inference request, and then you have an inference loop which prepares the input, it does inference, and then processes output, and does this over and over again until there's no more inputs. So here's how it looks in like C++ code. It's very, very easy to implement and to understand and to work with. It's a very clear structure, which is very useful in developing this type of system. Right. So here's how you go. So basically, once you have the input info, you just iterate and you do an inference request using the object, the inference engine object that was instantiated before. And now, yeah, this is for reading output, and that's basically it. So you load the models, you then load your input, which could be a real-time view from a camera or video or a set of images, and you process them sequentially, and then you have replies, you have the response, the output for each of them. Okay, deployment manager. So here's the deal. Many times we're going to build something, we're going to have a solution that we would like to, let's say, be able to package up and safely put on a device, deploy it somewhere, and make it easy to set up, right? So this is what the deployment manager does. It creates a package that assembles everything, and then it can be targeted for a specific device, right? So it's basically a script that does this. You have some options in the command line Python script, and just like that, you can have your package already created and working fine on the desired deployment environment. So yeah, here's how to set it up. And basically, the package also adds dependencies. So then you don't have to do much in terms of installing when you go to the said edge for cloud system where you want to deploy on. There's also a bonus when you can add a layer of security for your models. So you can basically encrypt your optimized models before deploying them to the edge device. And this is another layer to safeguard, let's say, your intellectual property, and to make sure just you can use the model to do inference on it if you want to do this. So yeah, here's how it looks. This is the model for encryption, and it can be very, very useful for many scenarios and for deploying to a lot of devices where other people may have access to and can potentially hack. Okay, neural compute stick. So I was talking before about VPUs, and I was talking about Movidius, and this is the actual hardware part. This is the neural compute stick. The NCS2 is basically a very high performance, low power vision processing unit that has computing cores for deep neural network inference. So it looks like this. It's the size of a USB drive, and it can do a lot of computation for its size and for its power consumption. That's the key here. So it's a neural network accelerator, and it can be very, very useful for edge devices and projects that need to run AI on their own with limited resources and limited sizing on use cases like, I don't know, when a self governing AI camera that's running somewhere in a remote area, and you still want to get data from it. You may have some data connection, but it's very limited. So you could just use it to detect stuff and to understand what's happening, and then send those those information packages, just that metadata back to a server and analyze it from afar. So yeah, this is another example of running a video inference on the NCS2, again using Raspberry Pi and using the neural compute stick. So basically, this could not be done on a Raspberry Pi because it's quite limited in power, but by being augmented by the neural compute stick, the AI capabilities of the tiny device become more powerful by a few orders of magnitude. So it's a really, really powerful piece of hardware to use on IoT projects. So basically, when focusing on edge and maybe fog computing. All right. Next, let's talk about the Open Model Zoo. So, as I said, Intel OpenVINO comes pre-packed with really nice already trained models from Intel. But apart from that, there's a place where you can get even more models, like community-driven GitHub page, where you can actually enhance the size and the number and the use cases of pre-trained models that you can already use. So you can have already trained models for object detection, like cars and people. You can have models for detecting people in classrooms, for example. You can do segmentation. This is for like a self-driving vehicle use case, or if you just want to augment some vehicles' ability to better understand obstacles. Then you can have instant segmentation, so basically understanding moving parts on the street. Then also very interesting options like understanding people's poses. This could be useful in a variety of use cases and problems. Text recognition, action recognition, like seeing if a person is actually focused on the road while driving. Yeah, so there's actually a huge list. I cannot really go through all of them, but you can just go to GitHub, GitHub OpenCV, and in OpenCV you have something called Open Model Zoo, and all the models are there available with documentation and download information. So feel free to go there, take a look and try them out. It can lead to really interesting use cases and projects. Yeah, so here's a QR code for downloading the Intel OpenVINO toolkit. It's totally free. You go, you download it, install it, and use it, and see what it can do for you and how it can be useful for what you want to build or for your already working AI projects, and how you can use it to optimize and make your inference faster and more robust. And it's really something I would recommend for people who are doing already projects in the machine learning space, but also for people who are just getting interested into the subject and they want to learn more about how they can do inference and how they can train their models, how they can optimize their models after they are trained. So this is a really, really good way to understand the whole workflow better. Next, I was talking about a superset of Intel OpenVINO. So it's something called Edge Software Hub. So the Edge Software Hub is a set of pre-integrated ingredients, right? A recipe for installing all the requirements you need for a specific project or use case or deployment. So it contains OpenVINO, and it contains Docker, and it contains some other libraries that are already required in a really, let's say, edge deployment, or in a deployment that is very vast and you would like to have it using the right tools, and like having a really good example of how you should figure out the architecture of your said vision or AI project, right? So Edge Software Hub comes with recipes for vision use cases, right? So you would have recipes for human health monitoring, for situational monitoring, and for surveillance, for example. Then the idea is, as I said before, you get all of these components pre-installed in the recipe. So you have a recipe that will set up Intel OpenVINO toolkit, which you will use, as we just discussed before, for AI inference and optimization, and making your models run smoothly on the deployment platform. But you also get Docker, you get Kubernetes, you get AWS Greengrass, and you get Azure Edge. So then you will have a really easy way to integrate your edge deployment, your IoT edge solution to, let's say, to the cloud, and to centralize all that information you are getting from the edge. So if you have already these things set up for you, then it takes a lot of the weight from you having to set this up manually and using let's say not so verified compatibility between versions. So here you have some versions that work perfectly together, and you know they're compatible 100%, and everything will run smoothly once it's deployed on the edge device. So here's a brief look into the architecture. So you have the edge compute node, which is maybe an Intel Core processor or an Intel Vision Accelerator like Movidius, like the NCS we talked before. Then you have, this one runs on Linux specifically right now. So you would have, I think, Ubuntu. And then you would be running a container engine and orchestration on top of it. So Docker for container and Kubernetes for orchestration. And inside those, you would run your models within Intel Distribution OpenVINO Toolkit. Right. And the Edge Hub, if you're going to try and install a recipe from Edge Hub, you would see that you also get a reference implementation, which shows you from start to end how the whole architecture of this system would look like and how it can be deployed and be very stable and very easy to set up in multiple locations, right? Next, let's see. So there's also some industrial use cases. So like for operational safety, for manufacturing quality, like in an assembly line, watch for bad parts, understand when they happen automatically and get more insights on that, and also for predictive maintenance, right? And last but not least, we have some retail use cases like like vending without friction, like in the Amazon stores. There's no cashier experience, which is really cool. There's also the loss detection option and store traffic analysis, which can all be really interesting for retail. So yeah, to get started, this is a very interesting and simple way to have everything set up and installed. Basically, just go to the Intel Edge Software Hub page. You just download the recipe, and by following the instructions, everything will get set up for you. So you'll get OpenVINO, you'll get Docker, you'll get Kubernetes, you get AVS, you get all of these components that might be useful for you building your next solution. And you also get some reference implementations, which are very, very valuable. Right. So, okay, we've reached the end. Thank you so much for attending my talk. You can contact me on LinkedIn if you have more questions. You can take a look at it, Helios Vision website if you want to see some of our past projects. And yeah, it was really nice talking to you guys about this AI solutions that can really be very helpful in this scenario, in this situation, and I'm hoping you've received enough knowledge today in this talk to get inspired and to learn more and to do your own implementations and come up with really brilliant ideas to make the world around us safer and to help with the current crisis. So yeah, thank you again for attending my talk, and have a really nice day, rest of the conference, and I'll be switching to answering two questions soon. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Silviu. We have a few questions. I also have a few questions, but as you already know, we'll have Silviu joining a panel today at 3:25, and I'll leave my question then. But until then, we have received a few questions on the chat. One is one which also I'm interested in. Where and how can we get the Intel NCS?
Okay, just a second. I'm gonna. So it's Intel Neural Compute Stick 2. Oh, maybe there's even 3. But yeah. So yeah,
can we get it from anywhere in the world, or just some parts of the world? I
think you can
US
get it from most parts of the world. So actually, Movidius and Intel Movidius actually has a headquarters in Timișoara. So this kind of technology, it has been built with Romanian minds through the most part. So for sure, it can be accessed in Romania, and a lot of it is developed here in Timișoara. And yeah, here's where you can get it. So just Google Intel Neural Compute Stick 2, and you can get to play with it. I think it's, I'm not sure how much it costs, but I think it's around 60-70 euros, something like that.
Okay, next question from Dorin.
Okay, inference engine only works with C++? So inference engine is built with C++, but you can also use it from wrappers, right? Like Python. So it's not strictly, you're not forced to use C++ for your inference. But if you want to get in the guts of it, right, then you can. And then it would be C++.
Okay, and can you please provide links for the Intel Open Vino and Intel Edge Software Hub, as the QR codes only are usable on the smartphones?
Oh, really? Okay, just.
And usually use this software on a computer.
Conference happens in where people can take photos.
Yeah.
Sorry. So here's the link if you can see it. Let me see. So this is so basically just Google Intel Open Vino Toolkit. It really works. It's the first link probably, and the second one is Intel Edge Software Hub, and that's it. Just Google for them. They will pop up if the QR code doesn't work, and this is what you're gonna get, and you can just download, and that's it. You choose your deployment system, and as you can see, you have a lot of options. You have Windows, Linux, Mac, and also some other components, and just go with it and explore it. It's really a cool tool, and I think it can be even like a very useful platform for developing on. Cool.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So those are the questions. Thank you so much for attending my talk, and see you later at our AI panel.
Yeah.
Take care. Cheers.
Thank you. Time. If you haven't already, please visit the virtual expo area, where you will find some great companies sharing their stories with you. Also, go network. Talk to whomever you see in the chats. Then have something to eat if you haven't already. Enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you back at 2 p.m. Welcome back to the second part of Dev Talks Reimagined on its last day. You are watching the virtual main stage brought to you by ING Bank Romania. My name is Razvan Bărz. We'll be joined by Andrei Gheorghiu, who will talk about robotics process automation at 2:50 p.m., followed by a stellar panel with Elena Ovreu, Ciprian Jitic, and Silviu Șerban talking about AI, machine learning, and deep learning at 3:25 p.m. Afterward, we'll have a 10 4-minute session of startups pitching their ideas at 4:15 p.m. But first, we'll learn about data. What about it? Whose data? What data? The speaker I am talking about leads the data modernization and transformation for enterprise customers across different industries, leveraging the field experience to enhance and improve the Azure Data Platform services. She's a regular speaker for SQL communities and for women in IT. Dear friends, please help me welcome the Architect Data and AI CTO Office at Microsoft, Alexandra Ciortea.
Awesome, thank you very much, Razvan. I think it's really gonna be a very interesting session. First of all, because it's after lunch, so I hope people are still awake. I'm gonna do the best I can with my voice, and I hope it's not me standing between you and the weekend. So, as Razvan said it in a very fancy way, I'm an architect in Data and AI CTO's office. What does it actually mean, and what I actually do, it's a different story. So I work with customers, worldwide customers, on big data projects. We covered greenfield architectures, and I'm really focused on data modernization. Sometimes data modernization comes hand in hand with data migration. We are talking about legacy system, we are talking about heterogeneous data sources, and also we are talking about different types of data, from structured to semi-structured and unstructured data. I've chosen the data field 10 years ago, and I've been a SQL Server engineer, Premier Field engineer, and architect since. If you would have asked me 10 years ago about data, I would have said, well, it's important, but it's not as important as petroleum or oil. When nowadays, actually, it became as important as oil, as oil is to certain economic industry, because it's the basics and foundation of everything that we do. But most important is it stands on the basics of the decisions, business, maybe life decisions that we take, and also sometimes personal decision. So when we talk about data, there are different angles and perspectives that you can use to approach and define. First of all, how big is the data? And that's a question, it's usually not easy to answer, as we don't have all the information. But according to International Data Corporation, the estimation is that by 2025, we'll have around 80 billion connected devices that are going to generate roughly 180 zettabytes of data. For me, zetta was a new term. I remember when I started university, gigabyte, if you had like a few hundred gigabytes, that was the definition for big data. And that has evolved in an exponential way from 100 gigabytes to something that we call zettabytes. 1 zettabyte, it's 1 trillion gigabytes, just to give you an order of magnitude about the data. So definitely there is a lot of data out there, and there is a lot of opportunities in the data field. So theoretically, we should be able to figure out everything by now, shouldn't we? What could possibly go wrong in this type of situation? Well, I'm not sure if people working on this project actually had the same question. Have you seen this picture before? I don't think I can see your input, but if somebody can see the context for this. Okay. Well, I was ready to explain it anyway. So basically, the story behind the picture, and the reason why I choose this picture is because it is related to data. And to be more specific, it's related to the data quality and the standards that we use when we talk about data. It really does. It's not related to the technology that you use behind the scenes, even if it's SQL Server or if it's Oracle or you're using open source database systems as Postgres or MySQL. It's about the language and what you understand in translating data. In 1998, on December 11, the Mars Climate Orbiter, it was a 338 kilogram robotic space probe built by NASA at a cost of 125 million, was launched with the purpose to study the Martian climate. In addition to his function, he was supposed to be the communications relay by the Mars 98 Surveyor program and the Mars Polar Lander. Now, in order to build this type of system, there were several teams involved. The navigation team at Jet Propulsion Laboratory used a metric system of millimeters and meters in its calculation. Lockheed Astronautics in Denver, Colorado, who was responsible of designing and building the spacecraft, actually provided the acceleration data in English system of inches, feet, and pounds. There was no consideration about the units conversion or the readings between the two systems. So what really happened is that the spaceship crashed, and the project was an epic failure. During the NASA review board, they found that the problem was actually in the software controlling the orbiter's thrusters, and the software calculated the force needed to land in pounds of force, while another piece of code that was reading the same data assumed it was in newtons per square meter. So it is really easy to talk about the same things, but with a different understanding of the concept, of the context, and what it actually represents. And that's something that we can see every day, and that's something that I can also relate to, and I've seen it implemented in some of my projects. And maybe sometimes I've learned and evolved from this kind of experiences. Another interesting fact, and that's something that we usually do with high school kids. We talk about machine learning and artificial intelligence. That's the hot topic, and that's what everybody, those are the buzzwords of these days. So everybody talks about it. Just a few people know or think they know what it does. And another part, implement it. We usually, when we talk about machine learning, predictions are a very in-hand term and something that people expect out of this algorithm. We would like to predict, we would like to know. And nowadays, the only constant is the change, to be honest. And the variable is the speed of change. So in all these moving sands, we would like to predict as much as possible and base our business decisions, our personal decisions on this type of predictions. I'm not sure if you figured out already, but here we have actually the faces of all presidents of the United States. And we raise this picture as a question for our high school students, and we are trying to predict how the next president of United States may look based on the history and the data that we have. So it's just a funny thing. Don't take it too seriously. Now, a question that always comes from our side, and that's something that we focus as part of the Data and AI CTO's office, is related to data quality. Would you say that the data that we have here is enough, or is it's correct enough to predict the next president or the looks for the next president? Is there something that we are missing or not? And that's a thing that I'm going to let you reflect on until the end of the session. And it's usually kids who find the answer. Good. Any questions so far? Okay, if not, I'm going to move on. So let's complicate things a little bit more. What can we do? We have these zettabytes of data. We have a lot of pressure on the quality and actually on the platforms hosting the data. And we need to have some choices. We need to make some choices in terms of relational versus non-relational. Where are we going to store the data? Do we need a database? What is a database nowadays? Because the definition has changed drastically in the last, I would say, 20 years. How are we going to process the data? How are we going to expose it? There are a lot of questions, and we don't always have the answer. And I do believe that as any good question that we have, the answer is, it depends. And then we just land a huge decision tree, so complicated that you basically forgot about your initial question. So what can we do with our data estate? Another buzzword of the last 10 years, it's about data estate modernization. This comes from the technical limitation of the legacy systems and the merge of old and new technologies. 90% of the data managers, and here it can be either a DBA or it can be manager of the DBA, CTO, data CTO, and so on, recognize that some of their limitations in terms of new features being added are basically caused by the type of legacy system they used. As an example, in one of my core banking projects, running the transactions through the platform, it became more expensive than the money they were making with those transactions. The volume of data increased exponentially in the last years. So the cost of running those transactions in a legacy system increased using the same trend as the volume of data. Another big impact is actually the maintenance of legacy system in terms of technical depth and in terms of support. And we always compare that with the economical value that they bring on the market. I've personally been involved in several projects where we were supposed to build connected factories, or where we were supposed to come up with some prediction algorithms on health data or on automotive data. We've ended up spending out of the project lifecycle the first 8 months just connecting the devices or adding sensors or importing the data in a platform where we could actually apply those algorithms upon. And people usually underestimate this kind of effort. The first question that comes in mind is, what type of data you currently have in your systems? And that's, I'm going to take an example from the healthcare industry. So we have some data about patients, and we would like to do a diabetes study. And this seemed quite simple. You're just going to take the data, connect it to, well, build our models, apply it on that data, and then we're done. We've spent 3 months building the express route, making the network connection, securing the channel, assigning permission, and then we had to find a way to connect the data from their on-prem system to the cloud platform. And some of it was migrated, some of it was duplicated, and part of it was also processed. And that's not enough. Then you have to decide. So I need to bring that data in the platform. What's going to be my target? Should I use a relational database? What relational database? Should I go for a proprietary database? Should I go for an open source database? Should I go from a semi-structured approach? Should I go to an unstructured format and just store the files in CSVs or JSONs? Or maybe I can go with one of the NoSQL databases. So there are a lot of options and a lot of decisions to be made. And the answer is not always simple. You can spend a lot of time just reaching an answer for a certain part of your decision tree. And once you figure that out, you'd need to apply it again and again for any type of data workload that comes or it's involved in that project. So it's not easy, and it's not easy for even for ourselves to make the right recommendation, because the term right is very different in each and every context. Everybody right now talks about intelligent applications and APIs and microservices and BI and AI and Internet of Things. But all of this would really mean nothing without the data underneath. It is really the line of business who are highly dependent on applications to drive more intelligent decisions. And those applications are served by several layers that are also dependent on the foundation layer of data. It's not always easy to prioritize or explain why a data modernization project is one of the important steps in order to become an intelligent-driven organization. Because these type of projects will require quality on their way, will require transformations, will require processing, and may not bring an immediate impact on the new features. Most of the businesses on the market and the decision makers, the C-levels, are focused on new features. I need to ship and I need to deliver that feature on the market before somebody else. And that's a focus that we also have and everybody has. But in the same time, we always hit bottlenecks or limitations of the current platform or of the current technologies that we are working with. And although a data transformation or stabilization and modernization project, it's not as appealing in terms of features, new features that you can immediately deliver on the market, and it's usually quite costly and time consuming, it has a high return of investment and impact in the new things that you're going to bring on your platform. With that being said, I think it's really important to take a look, and that's something that I see in the market every day, and compare the past and current situation today, the present. Most of my financial processing customers or banking customer or even healthcare customers have developed a lot of monolithic applications. Usually in terms of performance, the word was scaling up rather than scaling out. And that is connectly tied to the architecture of the application, how they were built, and how they were envisioned from the early stages. I've seen a lot of data, and most of the data was classified as structured data. Even if we were talking about XML files or JSON files, most of the times they were pushed in a relational database, and then people were complaining about not having the right methods to process that in TSQL or in PLSQL, or hitting performance issues, or having to handle a lot of transformations which were not optimal as reported to the database engine itself. There were also a lot of desktop applications that could connect directly to the database. So we didn't have the web front-end application server and database server approach. Most of the time it was web front-end and database was included in the application layer. Some of the desktop application could open direct connections to the database without going through the APIs of the application itself. Today, that is completely changed. First of all, big data has come into place. So right now we are not talking about hundreds of gigabytes. It's pretty common to talk about hundreds of terabytes. I've recently been involved in one of my projects where we had to process around 650 terabytes of telemetry data collected from the healthcare industry.
Alexandra?
Yes?
I'm sorry to intervene, but apparently we have some technical difficulties as your presentation is blurry or somehow cut out the video part of it.
Okay. Okay, let me try to reshare.
Yeah, let's try to reshare the presentation, or maybe
Is it any better?
Apparently so, yes.
Let's hope it stays that way. Otherwise, we can reapply the fix. Great. So we've had a lot of challenges with big data. And how do you process that kind of data? Do you really need to process that? How you're going to approach? So when we talk about big data, you can have all type of forms: structured, semi-structured, and non-structured. In my healthcare project, we were using actually structured data. It was collected from the medical devices, and it was being processed using some prediction mechanism to be able to alert the client and the hospitals about possible maintenance and possible failures on the equipment itself. It's a huge project. A lot of teams have been involved, and the challenge for us was to make that as optimal on our Azure platform as it is right now on the Superdome on-prem systems. The trend in terms of application development, and that's something that I've seen also for the legacy system, it's a re-architecturing of this monolithic application to a microservices and container approach. IoT is one of the big things, and how we process events and what type of queues and service buses we use for those events. But at the end, everybody needs data, either to process it or to display it or to store it. So right now we have a quite big range of options and platforms, from on-premises classical architectures to serverless platforms and the famous PaaS application platform. Most of the times, and I would say choice of preference is to store everything in PaaS or serverless, but it's not easy. And it's not easy to re-architect years of development, 10, 20 years, in a few months. And most likely nobody's going to give you 2 months to like, you cannot take your application offline for 2 months and then come up with this amazing solution running on microservices and serverless database products or platform as a service database products. When we talk about data and how we're going to modernize it, most of the time the answer is cloud. Even if it's Microsoft Cloud, if we talk about Azure or we talk about competitive clouds, that's the current trend, and that's the approach that's going to stick on the market for the next years. Well, we have several options in the cloud space. Either store it in an infrastructure as a service, and most of the customers, like especially the technical people, they have a question like, what's the purpose of storing a VM in a cloud rather than storing in my on-premise environment? Well, I would say the advantages are, first of all, related to the cost maintenance of your data center, availability on your data center, and another important fact is related to the CapEx investment that has to be done on the customer side. Needless to say, you'll have to order the hardware, wait for a few months, somebody has to ship it, configure it, and make it work in your data center. Also, in terms of infrastructure as a service, we use the latest technologies, and as far as we could go right now, some of the machines that I'm using can go up to 400 virtual cores. So they are quite powerful, and as some people want to say, they use state-of-the-art hardware. Developers' choice is usually PaaS and containers because it's simpler, it's faster, faster with a pinch of salt. I would say it depends, but it offers code portability, and in terms of resources and speed, greater cloud efficiency, and it comes with the scale out option rather than the scale up option that we have in infrastructure as a service. The effort that you need to invest in the migration and modernization process depends on the platform of your choice. So if you're going with infrastructure as a service approach, you'll probably invest less effort in rebuilding your application, or probably you don't need to change anything in your application. You just need to focus on moving your data and moving the code that you have in the VMs. When we talk about PaaS or serverless, most of the times in the data space, even if you choose Azure SQL Managed Instance, even if you choose Azure SQL Database, or we are going for Synapse, most of the time there are changes that need to be done at the application level in order to take advantages of these technologies and use them in an efficient way. And these changes are not just the connection string levels. Most of the time you would need to re-architect the components itself. Another example that I have from the field is it comes from the, I would say, gaming industry. We have very large databases. So we have around 7 terabytes of databases. A monolithic application. It could scale, well, right now it's running on 200 cores. We have 2 machines on 200 cores as database engine running SQL Server 2016. And we were wondering how we can decouple the data and how we can map the data to a microservices approach of the actual application. And we don't have any downtime. This is a 24/7. This is almost almost 24/7 application. So we had to separate things. The first step was to separate things in schemas. Then I think the most difficult part was actually the first step in identifying which part of the code, which functionality owns which tables. Not all the application and all the data is greenfield. Most of them are inherited, have been developed for the last 10, 15, 20 years. Maybe not all of them are well documented. And sometimes you just have to identify who is the data owner. What part, what feature, what API is using what tables, what store procedures, what data. So we had to create an extended property for SQL objects. And the first step was to map the functionality or the application name to the actual data being used and being processed. And that's not just table name. That's store procedure, that's function, that's triggers, and any other type of object that comes in mind when we talk about database engines. It's not something that happened overnight. So we've started 1 year ago, and it's going to take another 2 years until we are going to be totally decoupled and will be able to have a scale-out architecture. In the Rebuild New, I have another example. It's a core banking application, a huge one. One of the most modern banks in terms of technology. It's 100% internet-based, but the technology used to store all these terabytes of data for the core banking system, it's one of the most oldest technologies you can find on the market. It is so old that you cannot even find developers to write code for it. Needless to say, they could not develop new features. And for me, that's funny, being the most modern bank on the market, but using the oldest technology. We've evaluated this, and there was no easy way to refactor or rehost. So we had to re-architect everything. And from re-architecting, we went to rebuilding. It took 5 years, but we've completely rebuilt the core banking system. We've completely rebuilt the database platform. We ended up with 80,000 stored procedures. That's not something easy to handle. Management Studio crashes sometimes when you have to expand that. But it's something that had to be done in order to enable them to grow and address current market challenges. And it's also a bold decision from their business side to invest in this type of project and block a big amount of money in terms of development cycles, in terms of database developers, database administrators, and so on, but with a vision in the future. So that's one of the projects that is going to go live, and I'm really happy about it. Me being a Microsoft architect and starting in the Microsoft world, data world 10 years ago, I would have not imagined me talking about open source databases. But that's something that has changed, and we adapt well to change. And that's something that we've embraced and we want to invest on and develop upon. Gartner says that, according to the graphic, Gartner says that by 2020, more than 70% of the new in-house applications will be developed on open source database systems or open source database system PaaS offerings, which are available in all clouds. I'm not sure if it's true or if this is going to happen, but definitely it's a choice for our customer, and it's something that we have been listening to and something that we have been contributing, especially in Postgres, MySQL, and MariaDB space. So it's not just us locking down because we haven't. It's still open source. We are still in line with open source definition, and we also contribute back. Our developers contribute back to the community. And it's skills also on our side that we have to acquire and we have to develop upon. So what we've developed on top of Postgres is hyperscale Postgres database, where we've kind of overcome the limitations, the limitation of the classical product. It's not always easy to understand, and that's something that you have to take in consideration when we talk about data estate. Are we going to use a proprietary database or not? What are the advantages and disadvantages? Because it's not a simple choice. I've put on this slide some of the reasons or the drivers that I've seen in the market, and some of the drivers who are leading enterprises to highly consider open source databases. Is it always the right choice? The answer is no. It depends. We have a mixture of proprietary, like SQL-based solutions, Synapse. Well, Synapse is massive parallel processing, but we have Azure SQL DB, we have SQLMI, we have a managed instance. Well, SQLMI managed instance, business critical, and we have also the general purpose. We are talking about, we've redesigned our storage engine to be able to address storage limitations and scale up to 100 terabytes with Azure SQL DB hyperscale. For lower resource intensive applications, we've used instance pools or database pools. So we do have a lot of options out there on the proprietary solution, but we do want to consider and we do want to offer the same options in the open source world. And I think it's important to give this option to our customers. Now, in the data estate modernization and transformation, the word migration is almost common, because you cannot modernize and transform but stay the same. It just can't. If you don't change anything, then you won't have a different output. So there is an urgency to migrate and to transform this space. What we have seen, according to Stratuscale's annual report on Oracle to Postgres migration, we've seen that 86% of the 100 customers plan to migrate around 25 of their Oracle footprint over the next 12 months. And their choice is Postgres database. It can be because of maybe compatibility in terms of PLSQL space. It can be of application compatibility. There can be different reasons behind it. Now, but usually the top trigger is digital transformation, and that's something that you've seen at the C-level. They want to drive new feature, but also they want to reduce the costs, and that's something that we've heard so often in the data platform space. And then we have the self-service and support modern application. But usually the digital transformation and the cost reduction are two of the things that come very often in discussion and that we've seen in our interaction with business managers and also IT managers on the customer side. And it's not easy because the modernization itself comes with a cost and an effort. And it's not something that happens overnight. So you have to gather the data, you have to plan, you have to build and develop, and then you have to stabilize the system. In order to find answers to all the questions, you need to test. And most of the time, even setting up the test system requires maybe acquiring new hardware or developing some test case scenarios that you did not develop so far. Now, we usually, when we talk about landing our customers in Azure, we have the rehost option, refactor, and re-architect. I think I've already kind of addressed this through the presentation, so I'm not just going to spend a lot of time. And you don't have to make the decision right away. Maybe some of the past products are not ready for the type of workload that you have. For example, I have a customer running 390,000 batch requests per second on a system where we expect a sub-millisecond delay from the disk subsystem with 2 terabytes of memory dedicated to SQL Server engine. And that's just for SQL Server itself. So maybe the right option would be start with a rehost, make the first move to cloud, so we can integrate that with the service bus system that we use, with the messaging system that we have, and then later on focus on refactoring and re-architecturing. Sometimes it's not a big effort and I'm done. Sometimes we take it step by step, and that also depends. Now, I know I've tried to keep the presentation high level and stay out of all the technical details, and probably I've done a lousy job knowing myself. I don't know. I always end up saying something technical, but this is something that it's really simple, and it's about the source and the target of migration that we've seen when it comes to Microsoft Azure Data Space to our cloud, and it's focused on data platform. Systems usually running Netezza, Teradata, or Microsoft appliances are easily migrated and choose as target the SQL DW, now called Azure Synapse Analytics. Oracle SQL Server usually end up either in Azure SQL DB or in Azure SQL Managed Instance if we are going for a platform as a service approach, or SQL Server when we talk about YAS, because sometimes the specificity of your on-prem workload and highly tuned on-prem workload runs better in a highly tuned VM. Oracle can either go to SQL Server in all the flavors, VM or PaaS offerings, or it usually goes to Postgres SQL. We also have the option to run it in a VM, but that's, to be honest, that's not something that I've seen in the market. Usually we try to go to target one of the PaaS approaches, and if on the assessment part we are not ready for that, then we go for the YAS approach. And that's a slide, that's the most loaded slide I have. And my expectation is not for you to read through it right now. It's about giving you a high-level overview on the effort and the tools involved in all this data modernization process. So we need to discover your estate, and not everybody knows what they have. We have the tools to assess the compatibility and find the right target. We have the tools to convert it, because sometimes it's not just about backup restore, especially if you are going from a heterogeneous data source to another, like from Oracle to Postgres or Oracle to SQL or Teradata to SQL DW. Then it's the migration. Is it online? Is it offline? How are we going to do the data sync? Do we have the infrastructure in place to do that? What is the amount of data that we are talking about? What is the cutover time? How are we going to do that? And last but not least, and that's very important, once we've landed there, how are we going to optimize it and how are we going to test it? It can be replaying the workloads or any performance tests. Now, the data estate, it's a big thing. We have new roles. We have data scientists. We have architects. We have digital advisors. It's a science on its own, if you ask me, the same as medicine. I think there is a big opportunity in the space, both for data storage systems, data processing system, and everything else that relies on your data. And I hope that today I've covered some of the challenges, and my expectations is not for you to know everything, but rather for you to ask yourself the right questions and the right things that you need to consider in the data modernization process. Thank you for your time. Thank you for spending your Friday with me. And I hope we have some questions and time left for that.
Thank you, Alexandra. Yes, we have a bunch of questions queued up already. Tudor asks, what is the biggest challenge you faced on that internet banking application?
Wow. So there's well, I
we already got a bunch.
I'm so yeah. I'm gonna. So let me explain. Oh, there are so many changes. The thing is, we use a compiler to translate from COBOL to .NET. So basically, all the objects were translated one-to-one. So on the database platform itself, I didn't have the liberty of tuning the queries and adjusting them to best practices for SQL Server. Another challenge was that I had to run two database systems in the same time. There was a sharding on the application level, so I had to make sure that some of the business transactions end up on SQL Server and some of the business transactions end up on the mainframe. But in the end, there will be a reconciliation between them. And I had to tune the system for a very unusual pattern because I was working with a legacy application built for a different database system. So I had to find the buttons and the options and approaches out of the box in SQL Server in order to deliver that performance. And the biggest challenge was that I had to optimize at microsecond level. And I'm not sure how many of you have this requirement. Optimizing at microsecond level, that was the biggest challenge. And I did have to work hand in hand with the guy who wrote the compiler and with the development team to make sure that what I'm proposing from the database platform side can be done on the application side. And that's a very good question.
Thank you. Daniel asks, what technical skills are necessary to start a career in data analysis or in database development as a young developer?
I would say passion, but you know what? You can grow your skills. When I started the data platform, I knew a little bit about, so I was actually an Oracle, not expert. I had a little bit of knowledge about Oracle because that's what I studied during university. And what actually made me successful, I'm not sure how successful I am, but let's put it like this, successful in the SQL world was my passion for technology. I understood how the system works. I understood how I liked the data part. I liked the indexing. I was looking in the internals of the indexing. I liked a little bit of development, but I was more on the core system and how the core system and the schedulers work in SQL Server. If you ask me, some of the skills that I'm learning right now did not exist 5 years ago. So if somebody would have asked me what's needed to be successful 5 years ago, I would have said, yeah, you need to know this, this, and that. Today, my answer is completely different. So my answer for you, it's not a set of skills that may become deprecated in the next 6 months or in the next year. It's about the passion to learn new things. And if you like working on the data platform side, it can be either in the data processing space. So if you are passionate about Python, or if you are passionate about working with Spark clusters or data processing, then you're fine. You don't need to know the internals of the database, and you're still in the data space. If you're passionate about AI or machine learning algorithms or about statistics and predictions, you are fine. You are good at mathematics. You are fine. You can have a career in the data space on the AI part, in the data science part. If you are passionate about relational databases, go for it. There's so many, at least 10 products that I can enumerate. If you are passionate about the big data, or if you're passionate about, for example, NoSQL approaches and event processing and partitioning of this kind of data and change tracking on this kind of data, there's a place for you also. So there are lots of things that you can share. There isn't a single option. It's just you have to be passionate about it.
Thank you, Alexandra, and thank you for your time. If you want to ask Alexandra some of your questions, please hang in the chats and shoot your questions. Thank you, Alexandra.
Thank you, Razvan. And thanks everybody for joining, and as I said, spending your Friday with me.
will tell us how to demystify the robot process automation. We'll learn how can one leverage the power of automation through the power of bots. Let's welcome the Digital Transformation and Innovation Lead at Agrada, Andrei Gheorghiu.
Good day, everybody. Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you, everybody, for the half an hour that you so generously given to me today. I'm pretty sure we are a lot of people here in the call, so I feel the pressure of more than 10 hours on my shoulders in the next half. So I hope that at the end of the presentation, you'll have a clear picture about the robots.
At the third stroke, the time will be 26 and 0 minutes. Yes, you heard it right. 26 hours in a day. Imagine the possibility.
Sorry?
To multiply time. And how about never, ever making a mistake again? Here at Agranda, we spend 100% of our time training software robots that will create time in companies and in people's lives. Agranda, time to grow.
Perfect. So let me start by giving you a little bit of background of how I got here. My journey started exactly 10 years ago as a money seller for Banca Transilvania, dreaming to become a banker one day. I moved into audit because at that point in my career, I felt that there's no school better than the Big Four for a finance career. However, the interesting fact was that KPMG sparked more my interest into technology than into finance. So I chose to move to Oracle, where I spent 5 years improving my tech skills. And that's where I discovered RPA, robotic process automation. And I became instantly hooked into bots. And that's what I actually do since then. Just before my dream job here at Agranda, where I lead the digital transformation and innovation efforts of our company, I spent 1 year helping in raising another center of excellence. This is how a department of RPA it's called, for one of the biggest financial leasing corporations in the market. Let's give you as well a little bit of insight about Agranda. Some of you may already know that Agranda became very fast a big and powerful brand in RPA. We went global this year, serving customers in all over the world: US, New Zealand, Canada, Malaysia, Mexico, and some other countries from Europe and Asia. We are mainly UiPath providers, so we are partners with UiPath, one of the few companies that deliver training for UiPath, and we are also partnering with other technology emerging companies like Druid and others, just to be able to build complete automation solutions. This is what we are going to discuss about today. I will try to give you a brief description of how the robots can actually influence your day-to-day life and make it better. And as well, during this presentation, you'll have the chance to take a look at some of the bots that we already built, and discover how an idea can go the entire way and become a robot. Let's start with the definition. So first of all, RPA stands for robotic process automation. Robot, of course, stands for an entity which has the capability to mimic the human action. Think about software that has at its disposal mouse and keyboard, virtual, that can be used in order to mimic exact actions that you are daily performing in your processes. Moving to processes, it's any sequence of steps that lead to a meaningful activity. So we're not discussing necessarily about an end-to-end big process like accounts payable. We are discussing about something much more smaller, and it can go down to even a series of clicks and types in an application. And automation stands, of course, because it's done automatically. There is no need for a human. However, there are many ways in which robots can actually interact and work together with humans, delivering some great results and freeing the members of the team from the mundane and repetitive tasks that we are all actually doing daily in our current jobs. I think that the best way to get a better idea about what a robot is me playing this video that will present one of the robots that we delivered for a big Romanian company, and afterwards I will come back with some details.
At Gronda, we create time in companies to grow.
Hi, I'm Pishkat. I'm a software robot built by Agranda on the UiPath platform. I'm now part of Anna Pan's team, one of the biggest names in Romania's bakery industry. My objective is to reduce time and costs by handling the repetitive and time-consuming tasks that people usually hate to do. In this demo, I'll show you how I receive orders from supermarkets via email, input them in the ERP software that Anna Pan uses, and send them out to production. The very next morning, the supermarkets receive the orders that I've processed. I complete a simple process that used to take 3 hours every day for one person to do. That means at least 60 hours a month, or 720 hours a year. More importantly, I make 0 errors. Let me demonstrate how I order and ship cookies for Anna Pan to their clients. First, I get the orders via email in PDF format. An order looks like this. Now I need to place the order in the ERP software and deliver it to production so we can start creating the cookies. I open Charisma ERP and log in using my own credentials. From the sales menu, I choose New Order. Now I need to input all the details from the order I got in the email. I select the client who created the order. I enter the location of the supermarket where the cookies should arrive. I select the cost center where the products will be allocated. I select the transaction type based on the business rules that apply. I select the pricing list of the supermarket. Now I'll set the shipping date, which is the very next day. I'll go back to the previous tab and click the Add button. Now I'll add the quantity of cookies from the order I got via email. I search by the product code. I add the quantity. I add the next product code and the quantity. I do the same for all the products that were in the order. I've added the last product from the order, and I close this window. Now I just need to select when the order will leave. It will be the next day at 6 in the morning. I click Save. I validate the order. Now I'll move to the next order from the email. I do this process for the dozens of orders that I get every single day. After I finish all the orders, I'll email my supervisor at Anna Pan to let them know that I've processed them. All of the orders are in an Excel file, as you can see on the screen. The orders that I couldn't add into the system are marked as not processed. My supervisor will see why this has happened, and I'll learn to treat every exception. I'm a very fast learner.
Every day, Pishkat processes orders containing thousands of lines for cookies that Anna Pan will bake and deliver to their partners' shelves. Before Pishkat, humans were doing this. Agranda has saved time and reduced the errors to 0. Now the team can focus on things that bring more value to Anna Pan. They say nobody can buy time. We challenge them. Agranda, time to grow.
Okay, excellent. So now some of you may understand why I became so hooked into robots. It was amazing at the first glance how a lot of the repetitive and in some ways complex parts of our jobs today can be moved to a robot and can free some time to actually bring a lot of quality of work, first of all, so we have the time to focus on what actually matters, and it's also improving a lot the how people tend to look at their jobs. So going 9 to 5 and doing the same repetitive task every day, it's not something that's enjoyable neither by the team and not productive as well for the company. So that moves me to my next slide that actually goes a little bit more into the benefits of using robots. First of all, there are some benefits those are customer facing, and there are some benefits that company has that are in the back end. So I will start with the first one, decreasing the cost of service for delivery. Of course, when you have a robot that works in the team, it's very easy to move to this bot a lot of the mundane activities that can take up to 5, 10, maybe 15 people from a team. So if you're managing a team that has 15 people doing the same clicks over and over again, think about using a robot. A lot of the cost will disappear. Again, robots manage the personal information more securely than a human. Think about the payroll activities with sensitive data. Moving those to a robot will actually be very easy, and at the same time, robots are never curious how much is the colleague earning or any type of those information about him or her. As well, managing data that are sensitive helps as well with the GDPR part. So robots shine in this way as well. Real-time servicing actually means that your bots will run 24 hours, 365 days per year. So whenever a customer it's sending a request for a proposal, for example, if the robots know to do it, they will do it, even though it's 3 a.m. in the morning. Huge benefits from here. You will have real-time servicing during holidays. During peak periods, it's something to consider. The productivity of the team, of course, has a big spike. So those bots, as you've seen, work very fast, and they're actually can be installed on a different machine than the one that the users are handling. And because of that, everything it's taken over from the team. So the robots do their job. You can add more robots to do the same thing. They are doing very, very fast. Because of that, a big spike in productivity. There is no human error, as you can imagine, and there is no robot error as well, because those bots can be trained and are very thoroughly tested before going to production. And because of that, the error, it's something of the past. Of course, you need to have strong processes, and you need to be very careful when you are building a robot. But besides that, you have actually eliminated errors. And any spikes that you may have in demand are as well a place for the robots to shine. Think about month-end activities. Think about activities that are, I don't know, more in the summer or more at the end of the month. There is no need to add new joiners in the team. It's just something that you just allocate more resources to the robot, and everything will be solved in this way. So in a nutshell, those are some of the benefits that the RPA brings. And one of the biggest that I actually identify, it's on this next slide. It's the timeline for delivering a robot. Think about the fact that a bot can be placed into production from the design phase to go live in 3 weeks. And here, of course, we're discussing about low complexity processes that actually require not so many coding, but think about a high complexity process that can be delivered in 9 weeks. So as you all know, for an IT project, delivering even in 9 weeks, it's something amazing. Because of that, the costs are actually low, and the return of investment, it's in many cases less than 6 months. So it's an amazing technology that can be used, and it has applicability in a lot of scenarios. There are some things that those bots actually are unable to do. So those are not pieces of software, are not artificial intelligence, are just basic robots that mimic some actions that you pre-learn them, and they are able to do them exactly as you learn them to do. They are not able to interact with new and challenging situations. Because of that, the robots are not here actually to put our jobs in any danger or take jobs from us. They're actually here to help us to make from our jobs something much more agreeable. I'm sure that everybody has something to win when they go to the office and actually use more the mind than the fingers. So let's talk a little bit about what the robots are actually not able to do that well. So first of all, when you are thinking about automating a process, you should think about how highly manual and repetitive that process is. As many transactions as you have, exactly the same, and as frequent as you have them, makes a process better for automating it. If you are just having a very mundane task, but you are using it once per year, think about the fact that training a robot takes at least 3 weeks. And maybe if you're spending that, I don't know, 1 hour or 2 hours with that process, doesn't really make sense to automate it. They need to have readable and electronic input types. So they are not able to interact with pictures. And I'm now thinking about recognizing, for example, an element from a picture. They, of course, can interact with PDFs, adding the optical character recognition technology to the robots. But they need to expect at a specific type of input. So first of all, you need to train a robot to open a PDF, search for something, open an Excel, where the robot needs to look, things like that. If it's something new and the robot was never trained for an Excel file, if you're sending it, it will just need to avoid it and won't be able to do anything with it. That's why the processes need to be very rule-based. So everything needs to be very clear. The robots need to know where they should click, what they should type. Anything outside of the rules will not be treated. Of course, high volumes will help. So if you're processing 1,000 invoices per month, it's much easier to see the benefit of an automation than if you're processing 2 contracts per week. Again, automation savings are something to look at because we are implementing this technology in order to make our businesses better, not just because it's something fancy and new. And because of that, you really need to spend the time, analyze very well the projects, and then once you identify some great candidates, go with those processes. Not every automation it's RPA, and not every RPA project it's good to go. And at the end, you need to take a look at two very important things. First of all, you need to have a very stable process. So a process that's not going to change in the past, because any change in the way of doing the process or in the applications that you are actually interacting with will need some maintenance for your automations. And it's another great thing to look at the stable process, because as long as your process is mature, you understand it very well, you know who is going to be impacted of any change, and you have a great business understanding on that area, so you won't have any surprises. As many exceptions a process has, as many new lines of code need to be written, as many variations need to be made, and that adds to the time that you are actually spending in development. So maybe it's not necessarily to automate the process 100%. Let's say for an example, invoices, you have 80% of your invoices that you are processing in a way, and for 20% you have a lot of different scenarios because you have built a custom process for some of your customers, or you're just also have some regulations that you need to respect. Okay, so think about automating only 80%. As low exception rate, as better your automation will be. Just to give you another example of a robot that works for a bank, it will actually show you a totally different type of process. Because robots are not actually being so custom, they fit your needs exactly. This is a win, but at the same time, it's a minus, because you will never be able to take the same robot and place it to a different problem. You will always need to build something that's very specific. They are written at a click level or at a type level, and because of that, they need to fit exactly the needs. So I will leave you with the video and come back with some more explanations.
At Gronda, we create time in companies to grow.
A recruiter is a valuable player in any company's human resource team. But sometimes, recruiters can be so overloaded with menial tasks that it makes it hard for them to do what they're best at doing. This is a real-life story about how First Bank was able to successfully transform the recruiter's job into a focused, value-added, and enjoyable position. Here is a list of the main responsibilities for an experienced, highly educated recruiter. In your opinion, which are the most time-consuming items from the list above? You are right. The most boring and mundane tasks, including the copy-paste work, are the ones in bold. These tasks can consume up to 50% of a recruiter's time spent onboarding an employee. As you can see on the screen, the onboarding process is very complex and contains a lot of decisions and collaboration on tasks. The process was adapted and improved by Agronda and the First Bank team. The software robot built by Agronda now performs key tasks for First Bank's HR department. Check out what it does. First, the recruiter sends the robot a list of job openings and job descriptions. They arrive in a single template. The UiPath software robot will then post those jobs on all the major Romanian job platforms. Now, the robot has to centralize all the applicants for each active job post from each platform and create a comprehensive list. The list will be easy for the recruiter to analyze and filter, helping them more easily decide which applicants to reach out to for interviews. A comprehensive list seemed an impossible task for humans to do, and a mere convenience for recruiters to have. That's because creating it takes around 4 to 5 hours per day, but having it optimizes the impact of their work. With the help of the robot, the convenience has become a reality. The robot performs the work at night, so the list is at the recruiter's disposal when they arrive on the job. You can see on the screen what the robot has done so far. In the morning, the recruiter analyzes the applicants and selects the ones who should attend an interview. In this case, we have 3 candidates that would fit well at First Bank. The recruiter has now selected 3 candidates that will be offered a job. Depending on the position for which we create the offer, the robot fills in the information needed in the appropriate template. Then, it sends the offer back to the recruiter to be verified and approved. There is one candidate who has accepted the offer and will start working at First Bank. The recruiter sends the personal information of the new colleague to the robot, which subsequently starts completing the legal contract and all the other necessary documents. Being a bank, there are lots of them. In this use case, there are 12 documents. At First Bank, every Friday, the legal contracts for the new employees are scheduled to be signed. The robot has created the documents that you see here. After the robot receives the signed contracts from the collegial register, it enters the new contracts in the ERP and notifies the following departments for each new employee: IT, to create the new user's email accounts; facility management, to create the access badges; workplace health and safety department, to schedule the necessary training for security in the workplace; the supervisor, to let them know when the new employee will start working. And that's how the robot transformed the job of the recruiter at First Bank. The HR team can now use their precious time more wisely than they would be doing if they were still doing the copy and paste work. For the onboarding process, I save First Bank for more than 120 hours every single month.
They say nobody can buy time. We challenge them. At Gronda, time to grow.
Great. So I think now you have a better understanding on how RPA should work, I will just spend a couple of minutes to show you how you can get actually from an idea and what's actually behind the process of building a robot. I will use this map here that you've seen earlier, and I will just give it a little bit of zoom. So I hope that you can all see it. First of all, the ideas are actually the starter for an awareness session. So everybody needs to understand what RPA is, what are the capabilities, what are the minuses of the technology. Based on this awareness session, we are then moving to the process inventory. So at the awareness session, people come up with ideas, and we tend to explain why some ideas are good ones, where bad, what's great for RPA and what isn't. Once we have a couple of processes to look at, we'll move to an internal process walkthrough. So the SME, the subject matter expert, will sit at the same table with a business analyst, or now via Teams or Skype or whatever, and gather all the ideas so they can have a clear understanding on how much time they're saving, how much effort needs to be put in creating a robot. That concludes in a business case. And based on the business cases, you can do a pipeline prioritization and a proper planning, so everybody in the team gets familiar with what they need to do, when they need to deliver any parts of the project. Once the business case is approved, there are some minimum requirements for building the robot. The first one will be a process description document that gathers all the information, maybe you name it SOP or whatever. It's a description of the process in terms of clicks and types and what it needs to do. Some app accesses, because those robots work with user interfaces. They don't need back access, so it's just a normal account like you would make for one of your new colleagues. Test data, of course, to try to test the process documentation with access to the applications, and a production environment or a development environment that the robot can use in order to be built. Everything concludes with a successful dry run. So once you have everything in place, you just test that everything it's all right. And if you understood correctly the process and you know for sure that everything is exactly as it should be, you move to the robot architecture. You build an architecture. Everything needs to be planned, described on a page. So the business can understand what the solution will work. And this is because mainly the to-be process never looks exactly the same as the as-is. These robot architectures go through a security review where everybody has a word to say, IT department as well. And if everything is fine, then the robot architecture is approved, then the automation starts. Here is where the developer actually builds the robot, writes the code, everything gets done, and as well at the same time the business part of the project helps with the test plan. We are thinking about ways in which to put the robot in as many possible scenarios as possible, just to be sure that once you have complete automation, this will work perfectly. You do a user acceptance test, and once this is done, you are going to analyze any possible bugs or things that went wrong, fix them, of course, then do again the UAT until you have a validated UAT. At this point in time, you can go live with this robot and move it into a hypercare state where everybody is looking very careful at what the robot is doing, and as well, you will receive all the papers or all the documents that are actually necessary to understand how the robot works from a business perspective and a technical perspective as well, in order to be able to maintain it in the future. And in a nutshell, this is how a robot is created. Those are all the steps. Of course, the process is much more complex than that, but those are the main big steps. Let me know if you have any questions. Happy to answer and find out how did you felt with this presentation.
Yes, Andrei, thank you. I'm totally digging the bakery bot's name. We have some questions queued up already. Let's see. Dan asks, how do unexpected events affect the functionality of the robot? For example, automatic updates during the nighttime with a restart.
Of course, if the machine where the robot works will be restarted, the robot will stop working. So there are ways to plan this, so you can actually use multiple robots standing in a line waiting for them to be deployed. And there are some fail-safes, but if anything unexpected happens and applications are not working, the robots won't be able to work as well. Those are actually only able to do what humans are able to do.
Okay, thank you. And Vadim asks, what is the real difference between this robot, which you presented, and for this example, a simple Python script which can do the same actions?
If the actions can be done exactly the same, then the end result will be exactly the same. The difference comes in how easy it will be to set up a team of RPA, how easy is it to find resources to manage those applications, and explain to the business how the RPA technology works. So easier to maintain than a code, and at the same time easier to find resources for companies to deploy RPA.
And Christian asks, can you, Agranda, automate the RPA journey process or part of it you presented before?
Yes, there are some parts that are actually running automate, but the majority of those are just being sure that the robots are built well. So for that, we are using human decision. And as I told you earlier, robots are not the best when it comes to human decision. We are just taking all the mundane tasks, creating the reporting, automating the trigger for emails, letting everybody know what they need to do. But a big part cannot be automated.
Okay, thank you. And last question from Vlad. How do you handle huge workloads if the client does not want Orchestrator?
Actually, the Orchestrator, it's a tool that deploys actions. I'm just now explaining not for Vlad because he knows when he asked about it for everybody else. Orchestrator is the tool that actually it's the command center for all the robots, and handling those spikes can be done in totally different and much harder ways. So it's better to have Orchestrator, but it can be done with schedule done separately by human processors who will run some specific robots with specific processes at specific times.
Okay, thank you, Andrei, and thank you for your time.
Sure, it was a pleasure. Thank you as well, and thank everybody for taking this half an hour.
Thank you.
Bye.
Coming up, we'll host a talk with a really great panelist. Please help me in welcoming the founder and project manager at CIMA Reimagine Healthcare, Elena Ovreiu, the CEO of Genisoft, Ciprian Jikic, and back on the virtual stage, the founder of Helios Vision, Silviu Șerban. Before we start, dear viewers, since this is a free talk, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to use the chat window and shoot your questions. But first, Elena, Ciprian, and Silviu, can you please tell our viewers some words about yourself, who you are, what you do, and we will pick it from there.
So I'm the first one, as I heard my name mentioned first. So hello, everybody. My name is Elena Ovreiu. I'm a PhD focused on innovation in medical technology, including machine learning and deep learning algorithms applied in healthcare. I'm currently a lecturer at University Polytechnica of Bucharest. As Răzvan mentioned, I'm the founder of CIMA Reimagine Healthcare. This is a leading international academic event focused on deep learning in healthcare, mostly on medical imaging algorithms. And I'm the founder and the presenter of MedTech Revolution, which is a series of online talks focused on innovation in medical technology. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, hello
Ciprian.
everybody. Hello everybody. I'm Ciprian. I'm the CEO of Genisoft, a company I founded more than 20 years ago, based in Timișoara, Romania. I also act as the chief data scientist of Soliance, which is one of the largest Microsoft data and AI partners worldwide. I have been studying the fields of machine learning for about 25 years now, and since about 7 years, I've been also heavily involved in quantum computing. Very nice to be here with you.
Thank you. And Silviu.
I'm Silviu Șerban. I've been working in R&D and AI and computer vision for much less than Ciprian, I think, just about 8 or 9 years, but trying to catch up. I founded Helios Vision, which is a startup focused on applying computer vision solutions. And I'm here to tell you more stuff about applying computer vision to special use cases like surveillance, or in this case for COVID safety operations.
Yes, actually, going back, this is a question I left from your session. You are talking about having cameras and some sensors as you enter supermarkets or so. So that camera basically can tell you, okay, you're not wearing a mask, and the sensor can pick up on your temperature and say, okay, you're 37 something degrees Celsius. You can get in or so. Okay, and if you have those cameras outside or inside the supermarket, why not? Aren't those some privacy issues or something like that?
Well, it depends. If it's running real-time AI on it, then I would say not really. Unless there's someone who needs to be identified, then you might have some privacy issues for that specific person who is wrongdoing in some way. But if all the processing is happening on the node, not being sent to the cloud or somewhere else, then it's GDPR compliant 100%. So it should be perfectly fine, even for privacy concerns, to have this kind of systems deployed.
Okay. With Elena's work in medical, what interesting projects do you run there? Because I've been involved with healthcare myself, but not on the UI part, mainly on development for industrial IoT in the medical field. What interesting projects do you have and you can talk about?
Thank you for the question. It's a very good one. So right now, or actually all my most of the work of my work was focused on applying machine learning and deep learning in medical imaging.
And here in healthcare, we have a wide range of applications of artificial intelligence in medical imaging, and I work mostly on making the diagnosis using artificial intelligence. For example, right now I'm using deep learning algorithm for automatically diagnosis of eye ophthalmologic problems. Here it's a very interesting field because, for example, even today I submitted a paper based on automatically detection of glaucoma. Glaucoma is a very important disease because right now 70 million people they have glaucoma, and 90% of them they don't know they have glaucoma, and they find out in a very late stage. And what is very important about glaucoma, for example, is that it's a irreversible health issue. Basically, a person finds out that he or her has glaucoma when it lost most of his vision, and nothing can be done on this. So it's very important to detect glaucoma in early stage. And this can be done mostly with deep learning algorithms because for ophthalmologists, it's very difficult to find out only by human eye to find out that the retina or the eye was affected by glaucoma. And this is one of the applications I work in this field. Of course, there are many other applications like medical prognosis. It's very important to know and to determine the risk of a patient to develop some disease, for example, a cardiovascular disease in some years, based on the health, the historic of the patient, the historic disease, or based on some risk factors.
And you can have, sorry.
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
Or, for example, a patient with cancer is very important and very useful to determine the surviving time of the patient. Right now, the doctors, they do this integrating manually the factors and the risk factors and some parameters, but this can be done more accurate using algorithms, machine learning algorithms. Also, I was involved in segmentation of some tumors from MRI imaging. This is also very important task. They can help the doctors to put a diagnosis. And yeah, I can talk more on this field, but I think it's enough for now.
You've answered half of my question because I was about to ask who's gathering the data. Yeah, basically, you go to the doctors and they just put in the form and, okay, this is my data. Go ahead and crunch the data, right?
Well, it's not that easy as you just said, because in this field, in medical field, biomedical engineers, they work together with the doctors. The doctors, they provide the data and they provide the problem, and they also put a stamp on your results if they are good or not. So basically, they say it's good that you did or not. So we need to work in a very close collaboration with the medical teams, and also like in biomedical engineers, we need to spend a lot of time in the hospital in order to understand what are the problems, to understand the medical problem. Usually we discuss with the doctor, okay, what will be the problem, what images we need from what kind of patients. Maybe in healthcare you have most images from one type of disease, or from a disease in, for example, we don't have cancer in the third or fourth stage, but we have in the first one or the second one, and here you can have a lot from the algorithm's point of view, you can have a lot of problems, because it's good to have the same number of images from each class and the same number of images from healthy patients and patients with disease. So and after we decide what data we need and from which kind of patients with what kind of diseases, then there are a lot of other problems from GDPR point of view and so on.
Okay, thank you. And Ciprian, any interesting projects you've been working alone or with your team at Genisoft that you can talk about?
Oh, yeah. Well, we've been working in the past 10 years in multiple verticals, specifically in retail, but also in manufacturing and financial services. And I can tell you that the developments that we see in the past 5 years in the field of machine learning in special are absolutely amazing. I think we're, at least from what we see with the various applications of the technology, we are at a turning point. A few days ago, OpenAI, which is an organization that basically fights for, let's say, fair use of AI, has published the latest natural language processing model, which is trained using a mind-boggling 175 billion parameters. It is actually capable of inferring new sentences from existing sentences. So if you start saying something, that model has the capability of predicting what you will say next. It's unbelievably strong. And I mentioned my interest in quantum computing. The reason why I say that we are now at a point of inflection is because once quantum computing becomes a thing, which might happen probably in the next 5 to 15 years, then basically we're in a completely new world, right? Every computer that we have today, all the computing power aggregated around the world that we have today will be dwarfed by the capabilities that we will have there. So the most interesting part, I would say, with all the projects that I'm working with is how to use machine learning and AI to a larger extent in a responsible way. That's to be very honest, the most difficult part. And I've had lots of discussions, and I've had lots of involvement in initiatives because, and maybe that's not the ideal comparison, but I always compare machine learning and AI with the atom bomb, right? It's unbelievably powerful what we have today. And my fellow panelists have talked about some state-of-the-art applications in healthcare, in diagnosis, in image recognition, and so forth. So the power that we have today is unbelievable. And you know, when you look at the history of the human race, we don't have a great track record of dealing with a lot of power. So that's where in every project that I do, I'm thinking about these principles. Just to give you a few examples, right? I'm always thinking about what is the degree of fairness of the machine learning that we build, right? How fair does it treat people? And you know, when it comes about diagnosis, for example, that's a really tough question, right? Really, really tough. And then I think about reliability and safety, right? How safe is that machine learning model? And I'm not talking here about Skynet and things like that, right? Where we're not there yet. I'm really talking about reliability, right? Working day in, day out. And then you've already asked Silvio about privacy and security. That's a big issue. But then there is also inclusiveness, right? How do you make sure that you are, in fact, not excluding people? And then my favorite one, and the one that I have lots of discussions, specifically, like, for example, in the financial sector, is explainability, is transparency, right? Especially with deep learning, the big question is always, how transparent is your model? How much of your model are you able to explain? Why does it predict the way it predicts, right? This is a really, really tough question. And the last one that I see a lot, and that kind of involves me directly and my teams that I work with around the world, is accountability. If a machine learning model, so to speak, makes a mistake, a big mistake, right? Who's accountable? Is the one who created the data? Is the one who trained the model? Is the one who built the libraries that were used to train the model? So these are some of the, let's say, interesting things that I have to deal with like day in and day out. It's never boring, I can tell you.
Okay, let's plug right in Mircha's questions, who's asking, is it your opinion that AI system should become self-aware or not, and why? To all panelists, sorry, I haven't mentioned.
Well,
so,
I would ask back, should or could? Because that's an important.
Yeah, that's why that's why I asked. Just because you're talking about privacy and how far can you go on reliability and on everything. So
I think in the future it could become self-aware, but the question should be, it should become self-aware. We like the system to become self-aware or not?
Well, yeah, absolutely. If the question is should, I would answer definitely not, right? If the question is could, I would answer definitely yes. Not tomorrow, not in 5 days from now, not even in probably a decade from now, but at some point it could. And why I say it could is because, as weird as this will sound, we really do not understand most of today's modern machine learning, right? If we know the effects, we know what are the effects of the model on the inputs, we know what are the outputs, but the inner working, especially with these huge models that we're building, we really don't fully understand how they work. And the example that I like to give is one that I've heard 2 years ago from one of the professors of Microsoft's Quantum Lab in Sydney, who said, think about the molecule of water, right? There is nothing about that molecule of water that could teach you about the behavior of a hurricane. Yet, given a large enough number of molecules of water, combined with the laws of physics and the laws of thermodynamics, you do get a hurricane, right? Well, in machine learning today, we're really working with molecules of water. We have absolutely no idea what will happen once we will have enough, so to speak, molecules of water. So to the question of could, my answer is most probably yes, but more probably in a distant future rather than in a near future.
I'm thinking that when we'll have sentient AI, it will probably not look as we imagine right now, you know, through media and whatnot. It might be very, very weird and strange. And if it does, you know, appear, is not constructed, it may be a very different version of the software we have today. So we might not even be able to recognize it. So it's going to be interesting to see how it develops. Something that we craft from, I don't know, looking like us, to think like us, to talk like us, that may seem humanoid in a way, but it's most likely that if it evolves on its own, it's not going to be like us. We try to have this, you know, fetish that AI will want to become human, but that's just you know, fairy tales and books. It's probably not going to go this way.
Or to use a scientific language, Silviu, there is a very low probability it will look like us, right?
Yeah. I mean, I like the Positronic Man and all of Asimov's books, but maybe that's not how it's going to look like.
Okay, thank you. Another question from Alexandru. How do you fight the adversity coming from poor educated people that do not really understand how the AI algorithms are helping them?
I think that most of the people, they don't understand AI algorithms, even that one that develop AI algorithms, because till now the AI is still a black box, and they don't understand exactly what is inside. They don't understand exactly why the answer is that one, and how the algorithm, what it took into consideration in order to come up to the answer. We still don't know, and we still don't understand. And at least in healthcare, this is one reason for which the deep AI algorithms and AI-based solutions are not widely accepted yet, because we cannot explain exactly what is inside. And this is a problem. So first, those one that develop AI algorithms should understand, and that I think in a later step and later on, it's important to make the other one that are not educated in this field to understand what is going in.
Thank you.
This is my point of view.
Yeah,
any
I
thoughts?
mean, there's a natural kind of let's say wiring in the human brain to fear and reject things that are not understood, and that's clearly the case with AI in general, but also with machine learning. Also, I believe the media hype does not help at all, right? Because we're seeing machine learning, deep learning being packaged like literally like Skynet. So that does not help. And what I truly believe is that we don't need to fight that adversity, right? Because that is natural, and that it's like in the right of the human being to fear or at least to reject what they don't understand. What we need to do, though, is we need to kind of push the pedal on education, right? I would love to live in a world where even the youngs start learning about machine learning and AI at early stages in their education, because it's only by understanding at least the principle of the thing is that we can move forward. So I believe the key is in educating people, and because of that, this will not change overnight. I believe we're still having in front of us at least 1 or 2 decades of AI, machine learning, deep learning being like these weird, scary things that will kind of engulf the world. But that's as far as from the truth as possible.
I also think, for example, in healthcare, most of the people, they don't understand how MRI machine works, and still they accept it. And I think this would be the case also with AI algorithms in the future.
Well, we do interact with them already without us even knowing, right? That the simple example that you see, right? The detection of the separation between my body and the background that I'm projecting, right, is based on such an algorithm. I'm using it. It doesn't hurt me. It doesn't fill me with 5G waves, so to speak, right? So yeah, I think you're absolutely true with that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And Silvio?
Well, I think people are starting to realize more and more that, you know, they say they don't like AI, but then they pop up their phone and say, okay, Google, can you search for whatever? And, you know, that's kind of ironic, right?
Yes, because they understand that. They do understand that.
Do they? I mean,
yeah, I guess at least in my circles they do.
Well,
at least they know they talk to the AI.
Oh yeah, they understand how to use it, but they really don't understand how it works.
Okay, that's true.
But it's not going to bother them. It's like, you know, when you buy a car, if you're like zero mechanic skills, right? You just drive it, you know, like, oh, it just broke. You don't care what's inside it. You know, it's a flat tire. Maybe you should change it, but that's about it. Most people, I think maybe more than 90% will never care about how things are done, or some things are done. They're just going to use it as is, you know, like they don't mind it. Maybe some people will be against some technology because they fear it in some way, but it's usually something that passes over time if it's adopted by most people. Like at some point, people were very afraid of Facebook, right? Because they said Facebook will have all the information of everyone, it's blah, 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 blah. But everyone is using it right now, right? So somehow this fear has been overcome by popular choice. So most things will go this way, I think.
I remember those cartoons that were circulating at the beginning of the 20th century that were warning Americans about the dangers of electricity, right? There was this movement that says that electricity will destroy humankind, right? That was in the 1900s, early 1900s. So we've been there. we've already been there. I think this is just another episode of it. It's the human race has been through these cycles. Every time something big from the technology point of view. I bet that our ancestors, when they saw the first wheel, they said, "Oh my God, right? This should destroy civilization as we know it." It's the way humanity reacts to new technologies. We have to embrace it. I fully agree with what Silvio says, right? We'll end up using it without even caring about how it's done. What's the inner working of that?
Okay, thank you. Olisi asks, Elena, is the Prognosis tech commercially available? The one you were talking about with the prognosis of... Sorry?
No, not yet, no.
Okay, thank you. Okay, going back to something more general. Tudor has a question. Considering the long list of machine learning algorithms given a data set, how do you decide which one to use?
Excellent question.
Trial and error.
Yeah, and I would add to trial and error, you use your experience. It's something that there is no algorithm to decide on which algorithm to use. Well, I think that kind of sums it up, right? We know some patterns where we know these classes of algorithms are okay to be used with these types of problems, but I would say that's about it. The rest is magic and wizardry. I'm kidding, obviously, right? The rest is experience and a lot of trial and error. That is one of the myths that I really love to kind of debunk about AI and machine learning. You can't believe how much trial and error, and mostly error, we have to deal with, right? It's not an exact science by any stretch, and that's one of the reasons I love it.
If I can answer, you can also look on, for example, on the state of the art. For example, in healthcare, I know that for image segmentation, the best network that was created is the UNets, and this had the best results so far. So of course that we first apply this model, and then for diagnosis there are some results. For example, residual networks that they had the best results. And if you look on the paper, the published paper by the original paper, you see the most cited is the most cited paper in this field. So of course that you start with that network, and then you see what results you get, and then you change some parameters, change something, then go to another network, and so far. But you started the first you started the networks that had the best results in some on some application, and then you see if it works on your data set or not.
And then there is one more thing. I really don't want to discourage our viewer, but what is true today might not really be true anymore tomorrow. Like if you think about natural language processing, for example, we used to love recurrent neural networks, and we did to love them a lot, for example, for machine translation, right? And then all of a sudden, the transformer appeared, and it kind of overthrew completely what we knew. And then we had GPT and GPT-2 and GPT-3, right? And now all of a sudden we're translating between the most difficult languages on the planet better than humans. So again, it's a very fluid world. Even if something is true today, there is a good chance tomorrow it won't be anymore. So that's one of the interesting kind of aspects of the field.
Thank you. Silvio?
Oh, I always find it challenging to stay, let's say, somehow caught up with the state of the art, right? As Ciprian said, he said it's one of the good parts, but I see it one of the most challenging parts, because you may have some deployments that are, like 1 year old, not that old, and they're like super not good anymore. So you can of course put a lot of time in always keeping up with state of the art, but you also need to implement stuff from time to time. So it's a really hard division of your efforts to do both well. And there's also some weird situations when sometimes older algos work better in some circumstances. It really depends on what kind of data you have and how much of it you have. Because if you, maybe there's like an algo that is the state of the art today, but it's using a huge amount of data and a huge computational power to be trained, and maybe you don't have that. So if you need to solve a problem with less, then you need to recur to other algorithms that are maybe not as efficient, but will work for your use case. So there's a lot of ifs, and as I said, trial and error is unfortunately a big thing.
And if I might add one thing, I was talking earlier about inclusiveness, and I think Silvio touched that point. Inclusiveness also means, do I afford to use or train a certain model? Because with the complexities of some of the models today, there are some very interesting estimations for some of the machine learning models out there which are state of the art, that the cost to train those models is in the millions of dollars per one training session. So this is another very interesting aspect here, is who is going to afford the use of those state-of-the-art algorithms? It's another very, very interesting and also very difficult issue that the field is facing.
Okay, thank you. Another question. Sorry.
And now there is an algorithm. I was looking for it, but I don't find it. I think it's developed by Google, if I'm not wrong. And for your data set, they apply multiple algorithms and networks, and they tell you which one is the best for your data set. But I don't remember the name.
Maybe AutoML or
yes.
something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the automated machine learning. Virtually all the big players now play with that, so to speak. That's really interesting in itself.
Okay, thank you. Another question coming in from Dragos. In your opinion, what is the threshold between a very complex program with predefined set of instructions and true AI? Elena? Let's go from
trying to understand
right, at least as I have you on my screen.
Sorry?
No, I said that let's go from left to right as I have you on my screen. So that's why I...
Yeah, I just said that for me it's a bit difficult to understand the question. So how far we are from...
Basic ifs versus true AI. If then versus true AI. What's the difference? Where's the line between those two?
Well, to be honest, what we're doing now is not true AI, because we are a bit far away from true AI. We just apply some very high-level statistical methods in order to get what we get. And maybe if with more data, the algorithms will become better. And still, what is important in order to have better algorithms that will help us to be closer to the true AI, is to really understand how our brain works and to try to design the algorithms based on our brain. And at that moment, we don't understand exactly what is going on in our brain and what is happening, and in order to be able to design algorithms on that. Because, for example, I think our brain is more efficient than the algorithms are right now. We still need a lot of database and a lot of, for example, images in order to make an algorithm to work accurate. And but brain is more efficient because it can learn, easier with small database. For example, a surgeon or a doctor, he can become a good doctor with less cases than algorithm. An algorithm needs right now more images, and I think when we'll understand better our brain and be able to create and to design algorithms based on it, then we can say we are closer to true AI. And still, I think in the future we will be able to accurate results using less data that we need today. Today we focus on a lot of data, big databases, but I think if the algorithms will become better, they can learn and be accurate also from small data sets. I hope this will become true, because we need good algorithms for most database. In healthcare, we don't have that huge amounts of database.
Okay, thank you. Ciprian, any thoughts?
Well, for me, the threshold is pretty simple. The first piece of behavior that cannot be mathematically proven to be an effect or a result of the algorithm that was initially used to build that model. And when I say behavior, I'm really referring to something that is very, very vaguely defined, because as Silvio very correctly said, we might even not recognize that that is a different behavior, right? But the moment we can get that, and there is a very interesting discussion here about this threshold. And in my mind, one of the, let's say, core limitations that we have today, and why we are still away from the so to speak, the singularity moment, is we don't yet have true randomness in our systems, right? We mostly use pseudo-random things today, and by the way, that will change with quantum computing. But so far, I think that's the biggest barrier that, let's say, the machine learning and the artificial intelligence has from getting to that moment of singularity. But again, the interesting and the ironic thing about that moment is it might pass without us even knowing that it happened. That's the ironic, and to some extent also the danger of that. It's not going to be like in the Terminator, where it wakes up and starts firing rockets, right? It's not going to happen like that. Most probably not.
Fingers crossed. Okay, and Silvio?
To continue Ciprian's thoughts, I see it mostly as waking up and doing a lot of optimization. Like, oh, this network doesn't work that well, and just making it better. Maybe that's something that an AI like freshly hatched would think about, right? Not the meaning of life and 42 and whatever. But for the time being, I see that the if then else, programming paradigm like software 1.0 will be augmented by most developers in the near future to have a lot of specialized AI components, because they always make more sense than writing some code. I mean, at some point, you don't need to have a complex hierarchical structure in your software. You can just apply a machine learning model or something akin to that, and just make your software much better and much easier to understand. Even if there's the unknowns of how that network works or why does it work, it will still overall be better than having a huge chunk of code base that may or may not be optimized and may be impossible to optimize unless you have these components and specialized, AI inside it.
Okay, thank you. Apparently, we have reached the end of this panel. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Alexandru, who apparently is the most active viewer, and he is really impressed with Ciprian's background. He thought that that's a real wallpaper until you mentioned that it's actually AI. And thank you once again for your time. And if you'd like, you can just go in the chat and chat some more with our viewers. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Coming up, we have 4 startups, each with a presentation of 10 minutes, as follows. At 4:23, we have Madalina Burci, Chief Developer Growth at Typing DNA, followed by Greg Duță, Business Development Manager at Bunny Shell, and then Răzvan Bretoiu, CTO at Notifier. Please welcome Madalina first.
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here representing Typing DNA, where we recognize people by the way they type. Much like yourself, your typing is unique, and it can be used for identifying and authenticating you. This is a branch of behavioral biometrics, and it's on the rise in the cybersecurity space. At Typing DNA, we were among the first ones to recognize the potential of keystroke dynamics, also known as typing biometrics, back in 2014. And since then, we developed deep learning algorithms that protect businesses and consumers worldwide from account takeovers, account sharing, and online fraud. Our users benefit from a great user experience because our technology runs in the background without interfering or interrupting their journey in the platforms. It's very reliable and secure because our algorithms have unprecedented accuracy, and it's very flexible and easy to deploy in any environment, being it on laptop desktops, mobiles, in apps, and in browsers. Everything is just one API call away. As mentioned earlier, we started our journey in 2014, followed by a public launch in late 2016. And 2 years later, we were incorporating in the USA and joining Techstars NYC in the winter batch. Earlier this year, in 2020, in January, we raised a Series A investment, and we continue to grow across our 3 offices in Oradea, Bucharest, and New York. Our focus is to provide a developer-first experience, meaning that we recognize the fact that having a B2D business model, meaning business to developer, is special, and we want to ensure that our developers have the best developer experience possible with our APIs. We'd love for you to try out our solution. We have many public resources available, even free accounts. Just use the DevTalks custom link here. And I also put some other links for API documentation, demos, and tutorials. We'd love to hear your feedback, so we're waiting at the virtual booth, or you can also write to us later after this event. That's why I put here also my personal email address, the business one. Now, if you also like the field of typing biometrics and you want to be on the forefront of technological innovation, check out our careers page as well. With the whole world going digital, there is a high demand for Typing DNA solution, and we'd like more passionate people to join us in this growth journey. Thank you for your attention, and don't forget, your typing is unique, and Typing DNA is here to recognize it.
Thank you, Madalina. Next up, Greg.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah, should I start?
Yes, please.
Sure. So, 1 second. Yes, thank you for having me here. It's a real pleasure. Today I'll talk to you about Bunny Shell. I'll actually introduce you in the world of Bunny Shell. But before I do that, I just want to say a few things about myself. My name is Greg Duță. I'm 28 years old. I've been previously working in various software and data engineering roles at companies like Oracle, Gameloft, Zalando. I lived in Ireland for 2 years and then moved back to Romania in 2018 and discovered that I'm in love with sales. Now I'm in charge of sales and business development at Bunny Shell. And going back to the company, Bunny Shell is a Romanian technology startup founded in 2018. We're a team of 13 people now. And our mission really is to allow developers to focus on building awesome apps without having to worry about infrastructure management. We also secured a 750,000 euros investment from Early Game Ventures, which will put us on track to scale the product. So what do we do exactly? nowadays, because software is everywhere and it basically changed the way we work, the way we stay connected to the people we love, that means that software is only getting more complex. So how can we benefit from innovation if it takes too long or costs too much to implement and deliver it? We basically simplify cloud experiences, empowering developers, teams, and businesses to focus on building the next big thing. And with this, illustrations hopefully will be a little bit easier to understand, because Bunny Shell's mission is important because not too long ago, companies were mainly focused on investing in servers and in people to manage those servers just to keep the lights on. Now we're forced to shift towards faster innovation, building apps and features that help our customers connect with our brands and products. And as you're probably aware, infrastructure nowadays can be delivered as a service. It's called infrastructure as a service, and you can just plug and play, which is really huge, but it's not enough because we are building more and more complex apps, which requires a lot of operational work. And that's where Bunny Shell comes in. So what exactly is Bunny Shell? Bunny Shell is a cloud application abstraction. You can also call it a platform as a service. And more specifically, it allows you to develop new apps and features faster, following best practices and taking advantage of increased productivity while still being in full control. And that's really important because we're not the first ones to come up with this concept, but usually because productivity increases, you actually lose control most often. And we focus a lot of our energy into keeping control of infrastructure while allowing you to do things faster. And to give you an example, we also allow you to choose from multiple vendors. We at the moment we work with Amazon Web Services, Azure, and DigitalOcean, and you can deploy your applications on multiple clouds if you wish to. So having options is really good. Now, Bunny Shell has been built by developers with developers' needs in mind, and you can easily deploy apps with managed load balancers and autoscaling, and the same thing happens with databases. You can keep all your servers, all your apps from all your organizations on the one platform, and that's really big. And using Bunny Shell, you can make sure that every developer handles operations following best practices. We support a variety of languages. The most common usually are PHP, Java, Ruby, Python, Node.js, and .NET. And with a few clicks, you can deploy your apps in all these languages. Also, if you're an e-commerce developer, you can deploy e-commerce stores on cloud with a few clicks as well. I'm going to go a little bit more into features now. And we have managed web servers where you can add, remove, and resize fully configured web servers based on your application needs. You can automatically increase and decrease the number of servers, which is usually called auto-scaling. You can do it in Bunny Shell, really easy. You can also increase reliability by having load balancers, of course, fully managed. At the moment, we only support Apache and Nginx, but we're focused on supporting more web server services. This is really cool. It's called Site Reliability Robot, which basically works on any server that is connected to the internet. It doesn't have to be cloud. It doesn't have to be the cloud providers we integrated with. You can use it on any infrastructure. And it's basically an agent that detects and collects metrics from your applications and infrastructure and allows you to continuously optimize your services and your architecture. It works really well with APM software. And what's really cool about it is the self-healing capability, which helps you, let's say, for example, a service is down, the SRR automatically restart the server without you being there, and it just alerts you that the service has been restarted. Going forward, database hosting, you can quickly and easily spin up high availability cluster, database cluster, and we take care of the backup and updates and maintenance. You have in our dashboard the cluster metrics, you have query monitoring, you have really granular database control and fine-tuning through our UI. At the moment, we only support MySQL, but in the next couple of weeks, we're going to support as well PostgreSQL and MongoDB. Some other features as well. With security, we have authentication management. You can set up your firewall. You have certificates management. You can create your virtual networks. In terms of services, you can create and manage custom services like Kafka, like Redis for caching. You can create your deployment recipes. They're fully configurable. You can have different packages. You can have different commands running in a sequence, and you can have different strategies for deployment. If you're working with multiple clients, you can connect Bunny Shell to their infrastructure, and you can copy production into staging with only one click. We've been around for 2 years, but we're already working with leading brands, software as a service, e-commerce, and development agencies. I'm not sure how I'm doing with time. I can go deeper into this, but for example, with GoMag, we helped them increase, we helped them scale to more than 1,000 customers. With OmniConvert, we helped them migrate from one cloud to another cloud provider in a week instead of 4 months, and we split their cloud invoice in half. Best Value is running the e-commerce store to millions of customers worry-free with our world-class support. And really, Digital Crickets and IT Genetics handle all their customers in one platform on multiple cloud providers. Our pricing is really easy to understand. It's transparent, it's predictable, and it's basically you can pay you pay on a monthly basis for what you use on a permanent basis. And if you're scaling, let's say at the same hour every day, if you have peaks in your traffic, you can pay by hour. You can find the pricing on our website. And basically, this is it from me. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer your questions. And thank you so much. Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm not sure I hear you. Yep, I can't hear you anymore.
Actually, we can hear you. No worries here. And you're still sharing your screen.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, so any questions? Yep, not sure if connection is okay. I actually finished my presentation. Yep, I can't hear you.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you please?
It's okay.
Yeah, can you please
Because I don't think
share your presentation?
Yeah, I don't. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to prepare a presentation, so it will be just me talking about the notifier.
Okay, that will do.
Okay, can I go?
Yeah, sure, please.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Răzvan Bretoiu, and I'm a co-founder of Linify, which is a digital agency based in Cluj-Napoca in Berlin. I'm also co-founder of Notifier app, which is one of our startups that we developed since 2018. Before I will tell you more about the product, I want to thank you, DevTalks, for this opportunity and for making this conference happen in these difficult times. Okay, so I will start with the story behind Notifier. It all started in 2018 when one of my friends was buying animals from local market, and he's selling those animals to the international market. One day he was very upset because he lose a very good opportunity to buy a lot of cows on a very good price. He told me that he loses thousands of euros because he called the buyer with 4 hours after the listing was posted, so the animals were sold. After that, I realized that there are a lot of people like him who spent a lot of time on listing platforms like OLX, La Jumate, Piazza, Imobiliare, Autovid, who are searching for their product and try to find the best deal as fast as they can. That's why we saw the product and a problem, and that's why we created Notifier, which notifies you when the best deals from the listing platforms are available. So let's take an example and you will understand better. Let's say Alex wants to move to a new apartment and he's searching for a 2-room apartment in center of Cluj-Napoca, and he has a budget of 400 euros. He doesn't have time to check every hour if there are new listings posted on the real estate platforms, but he also knows that he needs to be very responsible because the good apartments are rented quickly. So that's why he's using Notifier. And the only thing that he needs to do is to add a search with his specifications and let the notifier check in real time if there are new apartments listed. Now he will receive a notification every time a new apartment that matches his specifications is posting on the listing platforms. So he will be the first one that finds out the best deals available in the Cluj. Okay, so in 2018, we launched our MVP. And after that, we released the first version. We have 3 media appearances at Alike IT, Digi24 and Știrile Pro TV. And in the end of the year, we reached 4K users. We also run different marketing campaigns on Facebook and Instagram. And the one that I remember was the campaign that we did for Electric Castle Festival that was really successful because we helped a lot of users to find their ticket and go to the festival at a low price. In that year, we received a very good feedback regarding the app and extra features requested that were implemented in the next year. In 2019, we improved our crawling technology in order to be more efficient and cost effective. We researched B2B markets with car dealerships and real estate agencies in order to see what needs on their side could be satisfied with the help of Notifier. At the beginning of 2020, we released our second version with new features like in-app ads in order to sustain our cost, a subscription model from premium users based on the number of searches and notifications that you can receive per day. And today we are happy to launch a new marketing campaign which we hope that will get on 10K users and validate our subscription model. After that, we plan on integrating the online stores in addition to the listing platforms. This way, the user will be able to monitor the price of their favorite products from online stores like EMAG or Altex, while also receive great deals from OLX, Imobiliare, Autovid, and many others. Adding an automated, also a new feature that we want to add it till the end of the year is an automated negotiation feature that will allow Notifier to negotiate on your behalf. So even the negotiation phase is being replaced by our product. For example, if you have a budget of 320 euros for renting an apartment, when a 330 euros apartment is posted on a platform, Notifier will automatically send an offer with 320 euros to the owner. Also, in this year, we want to integrate B2B offers and creating solutions for car dealerships and real estate agencies. with which they can target the right user based on what they are looking for. In 2019, the global market size was, for online marketplaces was $2 trillion, and it's set to exceed $7 trillion by 2024. This is huge if you think about the number of transactions that are made each day. We believe that the listing platforms are not our competitions because we are helping them with traffic, but that doesn't mean we don't have competition. For example, Oferta 360 is doing almost the same thing as we do, but they don't have a mobile app, instant notification, or they don't have online stores, only listing platforms. Also, there are platforms like Listabit, which, by the way, I just found out from DevTalks, which are sending notifications when the price is dropping, but not on listing platforms, only on products platforms. Right now, we are looking for companies or individuals specialized in the e-commerce field that can help us to scale to international level. And after that, we are looking for a 90K investment for a feature development and marketing. Thank you, and you can find us more on notifiereapp.com.
Thank you. We have a couple of follow-up questions. The first one is for Madalina, coming from Andrea. What helped you to succeed in such a short time? Many people know that typing DNA is already more than just a startup.
Well, I think it's a combination. It's a combination of passion for the field and passion for the technology. So our co-founders invested a lot of time into R&D to ensure that our technology is top-notch and very secure and reliable. And the rest, it just followed. So when you have such a good product like we have, and in such an innovative market, because when we started, there were not so many players out there, and that gave us momentum and time to be able to build a good and the best product that is currently on the market. And then also typing DNA has the wow factor. So people like to talk about it and to share this news. So it's a combination about R&D, top-notch technology, very passionate people, and the wow factor.
Thank you. Second one is for Greg. Can you outline why customers shouldn't go directly to AWS or Azure to benefit from their services?
Yeah, it's a good question. Actually, they should go to Azure and AWS and whatever other cloud to benefit from the services, but there's a learning curve. If you just want to deploy an app, there's a learning curve. If you want to scale the app, there's a whole different story. And there's a lot of unknowns, and Bunny Shell can take care of them. That's why if you want to use AWS, the full service from them, go ahead and use it. But we recommend using the infrastructure from AWS and then Bunny Shell on top of it. Hope that answers the question.
Thank you. And last one is for Razvan. Coming from Alexandru, do you send notifications for stock prices dropping to a certain level? That would be nice, he says. Razvan, I guess you're muted.
Okay, sorry. Okay. Right now, no. The answer is no. Right now, we are focusing on listing platforms like OLX, La Jumate, Autovit, HomeZ, and in the future, we want to integrate platforms like Emag, Altex, which are selling basically new products. So stock market, no, it's not in our roadmap.
Okay. Thank you, Madalina, Greg, Razvan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you.
You are happy.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
This is it. This was DevTalks Reimagined Main Stage. This year's DevTalk was brought to you by ING Bank Romania and all sponsors and partners you may see on the DevTalks official website. Dear viewers, thank you so much for your time and attention, and I am sure I am talking on behalf of the DevTalks team when I say that we all appreciate you for being with us on this new format, exclusively online. Don't forget to fill in your feedback in the forms provided via email. Thank you once again. Have a great weekend, and I hope to see you next year, hopefully in person, where we can chat properly face to face. Bye.